Okay, now you can hear me. Ah, yeah, never install a Windows update before streaming. Why am I hearing myself? This is weird. Something is outputting. Do I have my stream open somewhere? Oh, I do. All right. That's why things sounded weird. All right. Now we're good. Okay. Who is booming and who is dying? Someone's gonna boom and someone's gonna die. Hello, Elikog. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. Windows Update actually is a. Which one's my favorite? I don't really have a favorite of them. I haven't really played too much with them. Anyway, I'm just gonna click over to the map thing. I think that's probably the more important one to have open. And I'm just gonna wait for this game to start. Looks like they're hosting a game. Let me see what the settings are. General rules. Civs each team has 3 global bans per set and hidden civ no repeat. Each team picks 2 home maps with the higher seeds starting the selection. Each team will then ban 1 map with the lower seeded team starting the bans. The remaining map will be used for game 1. Order is A, B, B, A, B, A. Okay, but how do they choose which one is played? Okay, it's not the playoff settings. That's not what they just did. I don't see how they pick which map they play first, so hopefully they'll figure that out. Yeah, I guess one of them is always picked. We will find out once in game. Let me check these rule PDF real quick. It is. So the maps that were available for the Americas region were Bermuda, Clearing, Painted Desert, Patagonia, Tenochtitlan, Ushuaia, and Geothermal Valley, which is 7 maps. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so it's about. I guess these 5 will be played in some order. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, starting on Clearing. And Clearing would make sense for banning the BF civs. Looks like they are in the lobby. Yeah, I think Clearing is the one. My guess is they just ping pong back and forth and start with Clearing. which means we're going to be in for a BF-like map, which I'm excited for, because I like BF. I'm also wondering who's going to play for RR. Double map ban almost at the end. Yeah, well, this makes sense. It just feels, I agree, it feels weird that there's no corresponding map over here. But for an odd number of games, I guess you're not going to be picking the same number of maps per team. And I guess this is the higher seeded team. Oh, but Sato's hosting it. So maybe he was the higher seeded team. But that would make no sense because the higher seeded team should get the extra picks. I gotta look at these rules again. Okay, so it was A, B, B, A. B, A. And you pick the remaining. Oh, and the remaining map is used for game 1. Okay. Okay, got it. Patagonia will be game 1. There we go. So how it works... Okay, I got it now. It's A, B, B, A. Ban, ban. This is game 1's map. It just shows up over here for no reason. They both picked 2 maps and both banned 1, and this is just the leftover one that will be used for game 1. Got it. Okay, looks like Sato still is in the lobby. Let's go maybe look at the lobby. Actually see where they're sitting at. Yeah, and Hidden Civ no repeat. Named it 14. It is a 2v2 right now with Genji and Kamigawa against Margugu and Sato. So this will be a very interesting matchup. Margugu, of course, a relatively new player who's been doing very well recently. And Kamigawa, Genji, very familiar with playing with each other and probably much better in the 2v2 settings than either is in a 1v1, even though they're both very good 1v1 players as well. Sato actually now sitting at number 1 on the leaderboard. He actually gets the little gold medal in his tooltip there. I didn't know that was a thing, but he has it. The leaderboard has been a bit inactive, but Sato has been right on top taking advantage of that. Nexus in the chat saying, go France. I know ACCM and I lost the series to Genji and Kamigawa, but I think there were a couple of missed opportunities we had where we might have been able to take it from him. I wonder if this is supposed to be a 2v2 or if more players are going to come. The not going on Age 4 bandwagon has paid off for him. I mean, I don't even know if it's a bandwagon so much as the same thing to do. Age 4 is just ugh. Oh, hello, Sid Lord. We have a Les Baguettes versus Rulers of Rome Best of 5 series on some custom maps. That's what we have going on. Yep, and of course the first map will be Patagonia. Now, I hope I don't need to download the map pack in order to spectate these games. Oh, hello, VJS. We're just waiting for this game to get started. I know Barles and ACCM are also playing in Jordan's tournament right now. And there was another series played earlier today, about like 5 a.m. for me, so I didn't cast that. But there'll be this one, and there'll be another one at 3 p.m. for me. So that's coming up in about 2.5 hours. Hopefully this one will finish by then. This is where I gotta have Sato's stream open so I can peek into the lobby. Oh no, don't give me an ad when I'm trying to look at this. Star Trek Picard was awful. I'm not gonna watch a Strange New World series. It looks like they're still sitting in the lobby. Genji says they're deciding civs. Ragugu's sitting there ready to go. So no Indian civs, as Wikipedia says Dawn of the Duke's version. Text file with generation instructions? Yes. Well, we can actually answer that question just by looking at the draft. Is the draft already gone by? Oh no, right there. But you can see, do they have any new civs? They do have Garjars available. Well, right now it's hidden civ, no repeat, but they could also ban civs. And it looks like they have all of the Hindustanis, Dravidians, and... where's the final one? Bengalis available to be banned. Oh, looks like they are starting the game finally, so let's jump in. Let's see if there's any spec delay. Looks like there isn't, so we'll head straight over to Capture Age and get in. Alright, so Nomad style map. We have 2 lakes. Players will be docking right at the start. And it looks like teams are mixed up, so it'll be... okay, teams are actually diagonally across from each other on the map. This will be a very interesting start then. Lakes have island relics with penguins on them. Cute little penguins and relics. There's some deep fish in the middle. And let me know if the audio sounds okay, because I did reinstall Windows and it apparently reset audio settings, so let me know if there's anything wrong. They have a donkey as a scout. Sometimes these maps give you scouts, but they don't want to give you a scout on nomad starts that can kill villagers, so they're scouting with a little donkey. It'd be great if that turned into a missionary when you advance to the castle age. But we'll have Sato and Kamigawa with docks right next to each other, fishing each other's fish, and they'll probably be going for fires. And sorry about that, Capture Age has, apparently doesn't play nicely with OBS right now and will flicker every time I alt-tab. I'll need to have my laptop open soon just to mod the chat messages without tabbing out. Anyway, we'll have... ooh, Margugu has docked right next to Kamigawa's TC. Kamigawa actually If you were to scout that, you can see he's Xing his position on the map. Might actually be able to snag that Vil if she doesn't quick wall herself in time. There is a no Vil fighting right at the start rule, but I think we're past that time already. This map being, or this lake being a bit less interesting with only 2 relics instead of 3. Very awkward to get those relics, as you have to move the monk over on a transport ship, pick up the relic, put him back on the transport, bring him back, and then put him back into the monastery. And there's no way to shift queue that. You have to keep going back and forth and keeping track of the monk. Anyway, we see standard nomad-like builds for everyone. What stats do we have down here in Capture Age? We have team villagers. Do we have player villagers? We have trade numbers. We have Vil numbers. We have resources. Maybe we'll... KD. Value percent G. Why? Why did they show that? That's not a useful thing. That could be Vil numbers. Anyway. Let's keep it at the resources for now. Does the penguin attack monks? Oh, that's a good idea. It probably doesn't. I would guess not. I would guess the penguins don't actually attack anything. Maybe they fight back if you attack them. If you can't attack them. Melee shift command monks in the first place. It would be kind of cool if there was an auto shift command if you set the monastery gather point on a relic that the monk turns around. Oh, I hear an attack notification somewhere. I don't see where though. Okay, they're fishing each other's fish there. Oh. Oh, over here. There we are. Looks like there might have been a bit of a Vil fight there, or did the Vil just right-clicked a house? Up the Vil right-clicked another Vil real quick. Alright, so this is actually looking kind of bad for Kamigawa because both Margugu and Sato have docked this same lake and could potentially come out and kill the fish. But on the same time, looking really nice for Genji because he just has this entire lake to himself. You can see them up top. Oh, you can see them up top. Okay, that's how this works. Their numbers there. So 20, 19, 18, and 17. And does that include fishing ships? So then if we keep this down here, value percent tree, KD is useful. Trade, TC, castle, not really. I think keeping it on the economies is the useful thing for a team game. No, by the hammer. No, this is team Vil number, right? Like that's not, I want to see the individual players. That's not as useful as the players. All right, so I think this is it though. 20, 0, that's villagers military? Maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, hammer, cross up there, yeah. Villagers military, got it. Yeah, and the donkey likely counts as a villager. Oh boy. Got some chat going on. Also keep tribute, I guess, on. 15 Vils. I wonder if I could get a breakdown maybe if I hover over it. That'd be cool. Anyway, all the fish here from these 3 players have been fished out. And, ooh, there's actually a shorefish on top of the big fish there. Right on top of each other. They don't have a distance there separating them. There's lots of jumping fish there. Anyway, so I'm worried about Kamigawa's dock. I am happy for Genji's dock. And in this situation, there's having no sling on this situation is very weird. Because part of me feels like they could do a Kamigawa slings Genji just to wreck everyone with his fish boom strategy. Not as nice as the double relics. That's true. Let's see, Kamigawa will be taking that llama there from Margugu. Second row. What does that 1 mean? The number queued? As we see, red is housed. Oh, I can click there for the TC. Okay, no, it's not number queued because feudal is in now. You can see queuing here anyway.
Monday?
I do have 21 villagers. And if you look, Ganji does have the most fishing ships, even with a second dock. And Margugu could always try to dock here, just not even to fish, but just to disrupt Ganji's fish. Is it idle? Oh, it might be idols. That would make sense. Yeah, idle villas per player then. All right. So, Kamigawa up to feudal. And immediately getting out a fire galley. Going to be 2 docks versus 4 docks, though. Don't think he's going to hold the water too long. Or 2 docks versus 5 docks. But he just wants to snipe off fishing ships. Immediately we see 3 fire galleys there, 2 fire galleys there. And Margugu is running his ships over to the other dock. A 3rd dock for Kamigawa, but don't know if it'll be in time really to help out here. He is Persian, so they work faster. That's true, and he does have the extra dock, but he's still 3 versus 5. And we'll see, though, if Margugu decides to add ships. And he really just wants to get fishing ships here. Margugu could potentially add in a demo. His villagers getting doinked. This is where I feel like you might have wanted to go for galleys instead of fire galleys, because galleys are so much better at sniping off the fishing ships. You're gonna lose the water anyway. And you're just gonna be outproduced. Demo raft. Demo could kill a lot of fish. Or will it go for fires? It's always the decision, fish or fires. Here you need a bit of... It's a bit awkward, but you can have the teamwork of your teammate repairing your ship. And there goes the demo. Oh, don't get... Okay, yeah. Don't get a single fire. You need the demos to get big hits on the fish, most likely. In come the fires. In come the demos. And he's going for fires. Gets a couple fishing ships. Not quite what he wanted. But, to be fair, let's see. Oh, I was going to say, he's very safe, but Sato has docked Ganji's lake. I was going to say, Ganji has a free fish boom over here, and these fish are being at least kind of disrupted. But it's about that time for Kamigawa to lose the rest of his fish. A lot of the fish have been fished already, though. Still a few left over here. But it's pretty amazing how quickly those deep fish get taken up. Let's see, Sato wants to add in some walls. We'll, I guess, be able to wall all the way to the edge of the map. I don't know if this terrain here prevents walling. At least could wall to the mountain. And Margugu up to castle along with Ganji. And now here's the fire out on this lake for Sato, but Ganji's on top of that. He has his own fire galleys in defense. I do wonder if one of them will decide to go for the war galley upgrade. That would mean they win the water. No repairers here, but the fire is 2v1 against the repairer. I don't know if they win. Much better to fight out there, though. Sato not quite paying attention. Loses the galley. Margugu going for the castle as the Spanish, and that means he's going for conquistadors, not his own donkeys, because he has a donkey already, but conquistadors. Oh, but look at this. Ganji going for the castle drop. He is Spanish as well. Right on, Sato has walled in his villagers. Sato is going for the castle to try to deny the... Or for the tower to try to deny the castle. This is a Spanish castle, so it will build faster. And Ganji deletes a wall. He has to run the villas. His castle will not go up. And very nicely denied there from Sato, but he did have to pull 24 villagers to do that. He is giving chase and running. Castle is deleted now. Nice tower. Did have to spend stone doing that. c.salette now doesn't have any stone left. Still has that dock, but no ships inside of it. Genji can see this one's empty too. He doesn't want to invest too much into fire ships, but he also doesn't want to lose his fish or control of those 2 relics. Over here, Kamigawa is still managing to fight on the water. Part of me thinks Margugu should have added in 2 fires of his own. Let them take a pretty big advantage, even more so than they have already. Okay, demo shot there, but Kamigawa just gonna get cleaned up. Still adding in ships though, despite all these losses. At this point, c.salette doesn't really need to invest anything else, just can clean the water with what he has. There's some flares here. Genji has been more conservative this time with his castle, not as far forward. And c.salette is going to try to wall up. I guess he can wall... Ooh, that mountain off the edge of the map there. And you can run around the outside of the mountains. Now, Margugu has the conquistadors out first. In score lead, but that can also be deceiving because it's from winning the water, not necessarily from having a score lead. Villager count's still pretty even among all the players, and that's including the fishing ships.
Presto. Sí, presto. Sí. Mande. Presto. Sí. Mande.
And the conquistadors will be fighting here. Genji has the slight advantage. If we look at upgrades, no bloodlines for either player.
Presto.
I think those are just standard conks, but Genji has the numbers advantage. Margugu has the hill, but can't take a fight in that small numbers right there. The red on the minimap will remain there as a few busted palisades. And oh no, Kamigawa is still in the feudal age. And being harassed by conquistadors, never a position you want to be in. c.salette still in feudal, but with that tower, was able to keep himself safe. Had that castle gone up, he would have been very dead. But now, Genji needs somehow to get conquistadors into this base that is fully walled. That house might be able to be broken, but still he could wall behind it. No hope of transport shipping when c.salette controls the water. It's not like the mountain will tip and fall over even if the world is flat.
Presto.
Yeah, Genji can't really do much other than skirmish with these conquistadors out here, but while doing that, there's nothing that Kamigawa in the feudal age can do to repel this conquistador raid. And what are his resources looking like? Not quite able to click up yet. c.salette getting very close to clicking up with those fish he still has. And he was able to annoy Genji just enough on the water to force out those 5 fire galleys. That will slow down his push. And oh, the worst nightmare of Nilly, double castle Spanish conquistador production from Margugu. Compared to the single castle from Genji. c.salette can't wall to the edge. Well, he can wall to these mountains. And the mountains can actually be bypassed on the edge. Look at that. I guess the conquistadors could run all the way around if they wanted to, but these villagers going on a nice little hike along the outside of the mountain. It's off the edge of the map, but you can still pass through it. Remember, there is always a hole in Age of Empires. Oh, even here, there's another hole. He's walling that up, though. And c.salette up to castle. Bloodlines now coming in for Margugu for his conquistadors. I'll give him an advantage in these scuffles here. Oh, it's already in, though, for Genji. And Genji really can push this advantage here and try to take a fight before Bloodlines comes in for Margugu. But needs to whittle the numbers down enough so they're not one-shotting even with Bloodlines. But now he's at the point he can just comfortably take this fight. And a bit of a mistake from Margugu, I think, engaging before Bloodlines. And lost the fight he probably shouldn't have there. And nicely done by Genji. Taking the hill, taking the llamas back. But now Bloodlines is in and Sato is up. Kamigawa is still nowhere close to being up. And oh, the Conquistador is diving the tower and the TC. There's 2 towers here, but they're going to try to stop those Vills from getting that house up. And looks like they found a spot where the other tower doesn't reach. Kamigawa has to put down a 3rd tower just to keep this one's base defended. And this is looking ugly for Kamigawa over here.
See?
The Conquistador is not quite going down. Bloodline's keeping them alive. And what they really needed here was to have Genji far enough ahead that he could carry 1v2 while Kamigawa distracted on the water, but wasn't quite there. Sato was able to do just enough harassment on the water to keep him down.
Mande. See?
And, well, still microing over here.
Presto. See?
Relatively even, but oh, look at this. Kamigawa still had a few fires left. Sato wanted to add in the fish traps, but can't with these fires out. And actually, Kamigawa has retaken the water now that the other team had stopped adding their own ships. And that is both pawns now under control of Rulers of Rome. Scores are still very close, the Vil counts are still close. And look at that, Kamigawa has found a way. He has a market and he has clicked up. Let's look at the buy-sell events. Yeah, buying lots of food to be able to click up. Oh, but now it's Sato's turn to castle drop. And this one will not be denied, as that's more to secure map control. I don't think Gebettos will be useful against Conquistadors, but it will give Sato another wood line. And it actually has a very walled on both sides gold. There is likely a hole here if those mountains are, we've seen before, are any indication. But now forward monks, Malians have a decent monk line in the castle age, can use them to force the Conquistadors away. Another TC there for Genji. And fish traps now for Genji. Even. Not the most evenly spaced things, but they'll get the job done. Or not the most compactly spaced, I should say. They are very evenly spaced. And now that Kamigawa is up, he's putting a second TC on his gold. Still trying to find a way to claw himself back. Super low on score. Don't think he'll be able to contribute much anytime soon. Persians, very different civ than Malians. If you get them down, they have the faster working TCs to come back. Oh, that's a lot of monks though. Sato channeling the French power of Eddie into monks and gets a conversion there. More monks still haven't broken their search radius, continuing to chase after the Conquistadors. And they'll switch to get another conversion there. This is game 1, yep. Oh, I'll put the score on once this game's over. And now the monks are underneath the castle. Can they get a conversion before going down? They get 1. So now it's Genji, who in turn has the Nili's Nightmare of Double Castles for Conquistador production. But Margugu, look at that, 77 Vils to 58. Margugu's got a big boom going. And Kamigawa wants to build a TC there, but he's gonna move out and find that he can't. Reminds me of that time I told Ornlu, I hadn't scouted the middle on Gold Rush, and I told him to ping a TC location because I wanted to make gold, but he ended up pinging an enemy TC, and all my Vils died to it. And Kamigawa, ooh, his Vils are gonna try to run around the outside of this mountain to escape the Conquistadors. Might be successful at doing that. Oh, DE pathfinding. Not even conquistadors can shoot at fleeing units. And they're gonna walk in front of this mountain. Actually, they're gonna get back, taking a nice little hike through the mountains. And they made it. Conquistadors can raid a bit, but there's a tower there. It will die to the TC fire. They are quite tanky, though. Could get, I guess, one more Pierce Army, too. Anyway, still similar numbers over here, 12 to 16 or so. But I hear rams. Oh, the ram push from Sato. Using converted conquistadors and rams to push Ganji's market. And we'll look to push into that castle. And things are looking really good for the Frenchies here. As I don't see Ganji with anything to protect that castle. Needs to, Sato needs to keep the rams alive from villagers. That's about it. The conquistadors will try to shoot at the rams. I mean at the villagers hitting the rams. But with those few villagers, this is such a hard thing to do a castle push if you don't have like a tanky melee unit. As that's a lot of rams going down. We see the villagers hopping from one side to the other, more villas coming out, and the castle's going to be repaired. And that's 3 or 4 rams going down for Sato, along with these rams that are still in danger. And that ram push not successful. Villagers from that TC able to defend for now. That was pretty costly. We'll put Sato behind a bit. Conquistadors also running under a castle. Players switching very quickly to the fish traps. Ganji actually getting a nice raid on Margugu here, who had exposed farms not defended by anything. Did not actually bother to wall up his base like Sato did. And even if he did, maybe the conquistadors could have gotten through the mountains. Sending the vills back to the farms while the conquistadors are still out there. That is a risky play. And if Ganji pays attention, he could get a lot more Vill kills there. But at the same time, the ram push has switched to the other castle now. And the monks getting more conversions on the conquistadors. Now, with the conquistadors able to stand inside that murder hole's range, this push might be a bit more successful, but the ram numbers are going down. Only 3 left. The converted Vills can repair the rams, though. Could have gone Imp and gotten Trebs. Well, he is going Imp. But I agree. I do question the Rams. I think going Imp for that Treb war, especially with his castles being so close, would have helped. Maybe he just knew Margugu was vulnerable to being raided and wanted to go for the early pressure just to alleviate some of that. Because, I mean, this push will lose, but Ganji does have to react to it. Sometimes it's not the, oh gosh, there's villagers repairing the castle that is being rammed, while the villagers are attacking the ram that is being repaired by the other villagers. Now Margugu's also up. Ganji needs some murder holes now, and it is not good for Ganji to have a lower score than Kamigawa, who had been stuck in the feudal age for all that time. Now the Gebetta warriors are coming in. And it looks like the castle might stay up, but Sato is able to use that pressure to get a forward castle of his own. And he should be making some trebs. Yep, and we know once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. Another ram going down, and the castle will stay up just barely as that ram goes down. And the ram push fails, but it may have accomplished the goal of buying some time for Sato. But now it is also Kamigawa who wants to push here, but will be difficult to push into an Imperial Age opponent. As one thing that could be possible is cannon galleons to take that castle, but that's still a long way off for a player who is just clicking up to the Imperial Age. And who has conquistadors running amok throughout his economy. Conquistadors under 2 TCs and 2 towers, still finding ways to get kills. Bodkin Arrow. Likely something that Kamigawa to be used there. And oh no, here comes the forward castle drop from Margugu. And there comes the GG from Ganji. So I guess the deciding factor there was just where they docked. Ganji and Kamigawa docking separate lakes, whereas Sato and Margugu docked one lake. Were able to double team Kamigawa and still later on build a dock to harass Ganji a bit. Margugu got ahead in the booming, and Kamigawa got stuck in the feudal age. So as they mentioned, someone mentioned, we will turn the enable scoreboard. This is the Terra Nova Duos. This is the group stage, and it is a 1-0 lead for Sato's team. There we are, beautiful. Let's look at the stats. So, better KD for Ganji, but if you look at that, Kamigawa never really got a chance to enter the game other than those early feudal fire galley fights. Lots of resources towards the end, but by that point he could never amass a large enough force to be useful. And so capture age will flicker, sorry about that. And let me check the dashboard to find the next game. Looks like Toad has the lobby up already, so we should get into this next one pretty quickly. And remember, they cannot repeat civs now. And it looks like, I guess we can look at the maps real quick. We'll have Patagonia was game 1. And both teams have 2 picks for home maps. So I imagine the losing team of the previous game gets the pick. So we'll likely see Geothermal Valley or Clearing. And then the French team will have Painted Desert and Ushuaia. If someone knows how to pronounce that, let me know. That is UAIA is not a letter combination that comes up often for me. Oh, can I mark that as a a loss for Ganji's team there? And I believe there's also ACCM playing versus Nikov at the moment for another series. Oh, and looks like we can get started here. Oh, unable to find match. Oh no. This happens sometimes when I try to spectate. Thanks, DE. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, well, it will be on Geothermal Valley. I guess it's not starting yet. I'm missing Ganji. Maybe they had picked the wrong map and restarted. What was that error message? That was just DE coughing up an error message when it doesn't know how to handle the situation of I clicked to join a game that didn't exist. Why it would ever display that error message to an end user is just a failure of software engineering, but that's what it did. Let's give this a little refresh real quick. And looks like they are starting. We'll see if this one is more successful. There we are. Alright, Geothermal Valley. We'll take a look at this map. I've never seen a game on it before, but it'll be Franks and Poles against Chinese and Franks. So, got some Franks picking going on. Very appropriate for the French team, I guess. And here we are. Oh gosh, this is a beautiful map with lots of different biomes called Geothermal Valley. It has some snow on the outside, then transitions to ice, laid into some swampy terrain in the middle. So presumably it's warm in here and cold out here. So those Vills will need to put a shirt on if they walk too far from their TCs. Anyway, it reminds me a bit of Hamburger. We might be seeing some trushing over the wood lines early on. That could be what the poles are for, maybe. Decent tower rushing save, or maybe they just want to boom up in the back. Anyway, it looks like there are some extra berries, and that would explain the Franks pick. I guess having a berry patch very close to the woodline might be less than ideal, because that could be potentially towered. I don't know if a tower can shoot that far. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty thick woodlines. So thank you, Skogsnicer, for the follow. So towers with fletching will be able to deny a bit of a woodline, but you can move the lumber camps over. The interesting things is this smoke being put on the little rock terrains. Look how beautiful this is. Good old Geothermal Valley. I like that, putting a little pond inside of the... Actually, hold on, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that for myself. I think this just looks really pretty. Whoosh. Let me save that real quick. Yep, this is live. Very nice. Nice that we get some live games. Let's see if I can actually that to save. I can feel the need to make that trip to Micro Center this weekend. Oh, look at that. Sato taking his teammate's boar. What is that? I don't know if they planned this, but are they just giving the berries to the Franks player while the Chinese player takes the boar? Sato sees this boar, right? He does. Okay, this might be some interesting strategy. Interspersed gold and stone will be awkward for fuel efficiency. Yeah, it's like one of those campaign gold mines. Let's see, this looks walled here. I can't click that tree, but yeah. It'd be decent. No, it might be a decent strategy just for Margugu to push the deer and take the berries, because the Franks do have that berry bonus. Just, I've never actually seen that before. A bit of a Dark Age sling. And you know what? Margugu could even mill these berries and take those berries. As these scouts are running around. The Poles scout for Ganji, being chased by the Chinese scout for Sato. And we will see the Folvark being added here for Ganji. So we do have the Archer Cav Civ combination for the French team. And by virtue of having this wood line in front of them, the weakness of the Chinese to, say, like very early feudal age pressure kind of, or even like Vil fighting at the beginning of the game is mitigated since they're very easy to wall and not get rushed. And both teams looks like they're going for the very short walls around the sides. We'll basically wall to their geothermals and maybe get a team wall up. It's a bit more. You could do a huge circular wall. It looks like that's what they might be going for. And the French team just gonna wall to the TC. It's a bit more conservative, probably a bit more likely to go up. This wall, big patch of wood in the middle, can't be trushed either. Eventually, I think you do want to go out to the outsides of the map where there actually are. There's a bit of gold there, but no stone, and the. Oh, we got a fight there as Ganji's up first to the feudal age. Drush coming in for Sato. Ganji, by virtue of being up first, will be able to run the scout away and keep it alive. But that Drush already mostly walled out. Ganji going to wall off most of the map here. Kamigawa walling towards him. Will they get that up before the scout and the militia get in? This hamburger map seems too cold. I just need to close that off. Sending a couple more Vils. They need to coordinate the walling there. And they get it. Ooh, they lose the scout in the process, but they get the walls up. And the 2 militia drush. Look at all the damage caused by the 2 militia drush, though. It just, like, panic sending Vils, throwing up houses to wall. Will be walled out, but for a walled out drush, it did fairly well. Town Watch even coming for Ganji. He did opt for the trush. That is the point of picking the poles here. I was saying we do have the Scouts Archer combo on one side, but more of a double Scouts combo on the other. Poles can go for the Archer line. They do have decent arbalests. Thanks to the only civ with faster berry food income than farms? I think so. Maybe Mayans have slower farms. But I believe you're right. And that Josh is still being walled out. And it's now a mirror tower war, as the Chinese have added in their own tower. But will be hard to win a tower war against the Poles, that's for sure. Their eco of mining the stone and still getting gold will be quite nice for them. So we're at 41 subs right now. I don't have that command on my bot. Good bot. See, scouts chasing each other out here. Both Frank players going for scouts. And mining camp going up here on that gold. And very small walls actually going up for Sato. Doesn't want to be surprised by some scouts. Has added in an archery range in the back. Archers will have to walk a long way before they become useful, but they've already gotten there, and will stop this walling here. There's still a couple layers that he'll need to break through, and Genji still can opt to wall behind. If you're the one garrisoning the tower. That's true, but the Poles are the one who very much like to mine the stone they need to repair. Let's see, fletching coming in for Genji. That's why he has 5 in the tower. Only 4 in there and no fletching for Sato. Interestingly enough, though, Genji is the one who doesn't actually need fletching. He doesn't have any skirms. It is Sato who could use fletching for his archers, so this should be the opposite situation of what they have. No towers on the other side. I actually don't see... Ah, there you go. Kamigawa has been taking wood in the middle, outside the range of any of Magugu's towers, and they've opted not to trush each other. Here, the stone walls coming in. That'll stop the Feudal Age army from breaking through. This tower war will just go on for a long time. Genji has forgotten how fletching works in tower wars. Well, he knows that he needs them garrisoned for the arrows. Maybe he... I don't know, maybe he thought he could hit repair vills if he did fletching, and he couldn't before. That could be a reason for it, but I think the tower is close enough he could have hit it anyway. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I can't click tower trees in a straight line. Yeah, you can hit the Vill now. He actually killed the Vill. What you do end up doing is more damage to repair Vill, so that can be a reason for fletching as well. If you're thinking of killing off those villagers. But we have both Franks players up to the Castle Age at about the same time. Armor coming in for both, and I imagine the gold upgrade also will come in for Kamigawa as well, if it hasn't already. And if you look at their Vill counts, 3 more Vills versus 3 less Vills in Wheelbarrow, so still very even for both of their economies. That's 16 farms versus 14 farms. So very even for both of those players. And Sato still trying to break in, as that fletching will now pay off as we have a few skirms being trained in that range for Genji. If you look at the stone count, Genji's still at 0. He spent a lot of stone building those defensive walls, and he will be going for a market wall now as that house is low on HP. And opting not to continue repairing the tower. Actually, it's been the Chinese player who's been heavier on stone than the Pole player. But, let's see. Genji's still struggling to wall this out as Sato has clicked up. And for all of the effort Genji put into not investing to his military and instead just walling, it is instead his opponent who is up first. Now these two Folvarki have a few farms around them, but not nearly as many farms as the Chinese player has added in. And both players going to TC the woodlines. And not going to be in range to douche each other, but they can at least target each other's vills. As you see, Genji still not close to clicking up. Needs more gold and about 300 more food. And he's double towering that. Really wants to work on taking Sato off that wood. But Sato has quite a lot of archers there that he could turn into crossbows. Part of me would like to see those houses be replaced by a gate at some point, just so he can move the archers back and forth more quickly. Having to walk all the way around this extra distance will slow him down. But I guess being late up means that you kind of do require those towers, just so the crossbows don't poke at your vills from across the woodline. Hill Fort's OP in this situation, right? If we had a Lithuanian player here. Or that other, I forget what it's called, but the Malines tech, where the TC shoots arrows without needing to be garrisoned. That would be OP here too. We'd be shooting those vills now. Tigui, that one. I never actually remember that because I'm not sure how to pronounce the word. That's why I forget it. But anyway, here come the crossbows. We all know palisades don't really stop crossbows. They only give them a short delay. And my worry is now, Genji had lost that tower war, so where's he going to be taking wood? Well, the bun has a hole in it, and the crossbows aren't going to go through, actually. This area, the towers will keep them out for now. But what the crossbows can do now is... Up there is a preemptive tower there from Genji. That's nice, but they'll have more room over here. Start harassing this gold mine. If there's some way they could get into murder holes range, well, that's going to be very risky and probably not worth it with a few skirms behind. You just drop a castle there instead of a TC. What we really need are those Teuton Death Star TCs. Well, here comes a knight, but not going to clean up that many crossbows even with +2 armor. Not even Frankish knights can accomplish such a feat. And lots of knights here for Margugu. 15 compared to 11. He is +1/+1, but with no crossbows from Genji to support. I won't need that armor just yet, and Sato has the freedom to move out to the edge of the map, more mountains out here, and place a TC. And same thing for Kamigawa though, has walled in a villager using one injured vill to build a TC. Arena Scouts player style, one vill on the TC. And engagement now from both players. I hope I can see green versus yellow. Don't want to have to turn team colors on just for one fight. Monk added in for Margugu. Knights pushed away, but overall fight kind of even. Still now, without that extra armor, Kamigawa can take that. And the tower goes down. Genji winning a tower fight, but it's a fight he needed to win an age ago. As his vills over here are still being idled by that tower, and he doesn't have a great way to take it down without towering himself. Oh, but there is the castle drop from Kamigawa. He is the Franks, remember, the Franks have cheaper castles. And this TC now for Margugu will be destroyed, and potentially his entire woodline denied. But we have the Chinese Cav Archers from Sato helping the knights to break in on the right. And Kamigawa playing this by himself. Genji really far back. Just adding in ballistics now. Has 3 ranges. Ranges and 1 TC. Let's see, the crossbows from Sato getting separated from the knight push. Really out of position there, able to be taken out by the knights. But here we have Genji adding in his own crossbows, getting there just in the nick of time to keep this army outside of Kamigawa's base. Only Miss Parthian and Imp, right? I believe so. Because Chinese have Bracer and all the armor upgrades, they have Thumb Ring, and they have Bloodlines and Husbandry. So yeah, I think that's right, only missing Parthian and Imp. And I guess you might not want to bother for the armor upgrades if you would go Chuko News anyway. But the first castle is up, and it's shooting at a TC. This part of the woodline now secured for Genji and Kamigawa as they're moving their TCs out to the back. But it's time for the Chinese castle. More expensive, but actually can make a useful unique unit. Do they have HCA? That's actually a good question. I think they do. But maybe they don't. If someone can check the tech tree for me. I need the tech tree hover thing like we have in the all upgrades except Parthian Tactics. So, okay. Heavy Cav Archer then. Rip Margugu, new gather points at the castle. Oh boy. Don't forget cheaper text. Yeah, in this situation, often you don't want the TC to go idle, so you gather a few vills at a time inside of it and then run them away. Maybe 1 or 2 vills get killed by the castle fire, but at least you get a good chunk that can run. Like this guy. Or you just hope that Kamigawa doesn't have ballistics and change the gather point. But yeah, I might need to delete some farms over here. No ballistics in, so it's safe to just run them away. No, it's 5 by keeping the gather point under the castle. That's one of the most annoying things when you're microing, you're doing everything you need to do, and then you forget to reset a gather point. Anyway, Genji rebooming on the outside, but still not quite in a position to get back into the game. We see his Vil count well below everyone else's. Oh, but what's this? Going to find some Vils, but Sato is prepared with a castle already. I mean, with a tower already. Still not enough garrison space to keep these Vils alive, and... well... Genji's gonna get back into the game. This is what he needs. Knights will find his crossbows, though. He can't stand under that tower anymore. Could potentially pick 2 more Vils. There he goes. Alright, now 66 to 79. Did kill about 10 Vils there. Still can get some Knights with the hill. Actually not cleaned up yet. Can still stand here, be annoying for Vils that try to go back out there. And as we talked about the gather point earlier, now it could be Sato's turn to lose Vils to a gather point, but no, Genji's gonna run away with his crossbows. Gonna try not to lose them yet. Let's see, still relatively even in Vil count between the two Franks players. Now it's time for Margugu to castle drop and add in some forward stables along with monks. Looks like the stable went down and Kamigawa was trying to repair it. And more Cav archers ready to break in. That's a lot of knights. 26 military, 40 crossbows, but trying to take a fight together. The Cav archers are a bit out of position for the opening to that fight. Oh, look at that little nook for the crossbows to stand in. Outside the tower fire, just gonna pick off more Vils. And Genji closing in on that villager count gap by virtue of having an excellent crossbow raid in the back here. And at the same time, they have enough army that the French team can't just push these walls. They can't take a straight up fight, but they can sit out here and stall for a bit. As the team villager counts now evening up, as Genji finally lost those crossbows, but they did a great job at pulling the Vil counts back for him. But he might be getting a taste of his own medicine soon, because now his Folvarki are out here exposed where the crossbows could raid. Might need a TC like right there just to put some type of buffer or a tower. Don't know if there's a hole around those mountains. They might be able to walk around like that and raid. Cav Archer dance. And Margugu is up to Imp. Actually, every player is up to Imp. Sato is up to Imp. And the other two have clicked, but this is a pretty big timing advantage for the French team. Both of them up. They don't want to fight the crossbows until they get the armor, but once they get the armor, they want to dive. That armor is going to be 1 minute away, and Genji has to run for now. Imp differences, though, and we know... Ooh, no Treb yet. Chemistry Arb for Sato. And another castle. The Treb's already popping out here for Sato. Going to start working on these towers. So, fun fact, Trebs have 15% accuracy against units and 80% accuracy against buildings. Since castles are so big that Treb shots always hit, but Trebs actually can miss towers if they're shooting at them. And anyway, here's the cav archers. You're going to use the cover of those knights to break in. The knights can just start taking that TC. There we go. And they're now cavaliers. I don't know why they stopped. That TC could be dead. Oh, that could have been the imp TC dead by now. Oh, why did you stop, Margugu? You could have stopped Kamigawa from getting imp. Oh, that was such a critical non-snipe of the TC. Anyway, cav archers from Sato still going in. Ring archer armor going to finish for them. Sato doesn't have the eco for heavy cav archer. I imagine with the castles he's switched to Chuko News now. But there is the GG anyway. They could have sniped that TC at 99%. Yeah, the Cavalier for Margugu in number is much more than those for Kamigawa. And I think a lot of that came down to the opening with that 2 militia drush. Forced a lot of extra walling from this team on the top side of the map. And Genji had to invest so much into stopping those archers from breaking in when he didn't make archers himself. He lost the trush and then was just behind. Chinese have a good eco, but so do Poles. You really don't want to be slower clicking up to castle when you have undisturbed Folvarki surrounded by farms. But I think that just comes down to a much cleaner opening there from Sato, forcing this team to be ever so slightly behind and then just pushing the advantage from there. And we'll give them their second win. Check out some stats here. Nice KD there. Genji managed to try to pull things back, but your Frank's player with the worst KD, that's not what you want to see. Okay. And sorry for that blinking real quick. Now, why does Capture Age behave so naughty like that these days? Let's see. We'll go back to the drafting board. Oh, there. And that is a Geothermal Valley loss on their home map. So I don't know who picks the next map. It might be Clearing as the home map for ROR. Or it could be a map over here from the French team, because it might alternate picks now. Okay, so they do not have 3 home maps. Each team picks 2 and then bans 2. This is just the map that was left over for game 1. It just puts it here on the draft. Yeah. Their home maps were Clearing in Geothermal Valley. They just lost their home map after having lost the remaining map. That was game 1. And it looks like the map will be Clearing. I switched my scene there. 4v4 arena, decent players, oh boy. Oh, and we have a bit of a swap. No more Margugu, it is now Anatov. Sato's still going to be there trying to carry the French team. The Baguettes to their victory. Over Sato again? Yeah, he has a gold medal for being #1 on the ladder. I noticed that before. I never saw the gold medals, but I think they were added in a recent patch. I wonder if #2 has a silver medal. Let's check. Nikov. Can I hover over? I can't hover over them in this menu. Oh no, I'm not ranked yet. I need to play more games. Let's see if there's a Nikov lurking about. I could hover over and see if we get a silver medal. No Nikov there. Oh, Nikov there. Yes. Oh, he has a silver medal. Yes. Oh, ECCM, he's only rank 10. He doesn't get a medal. Is there a Winchester? We'll have a bronze medal. Hover over player icon, not name. Oh, there we are. He gets a bronze medal and a gold medal in Empire Wars. Ooh, he's got 2 medals. Modri. Oh, he doesn't even load in. Let's try that again. Oh, #4, he does not get a medal. How sad. That 1 point less than Winchester. Not getting arena enough in the map pool. Alright, looks like the game is probably starting then. And Koreans, Turks, Teutons, and Burgundians will be our civs. His capture age needs to get its act together. Hello, Stavros. And why is OBS not picking up capture age? All right, let me try to fix this. There we are. I need to switch the source in OBS. All right. OBS not playing nice with capture age. Anyway, this map is similar to Black Forest, but it's kind of like more janky in the middle with the passages. That's the best way I can describe it. Sometimes it's completely closed, but generally it's a bit more open. No Vil fights, it looks like, and lots of ponds, actually. Oh gosh, look at... even deep fish in the ponds. Look at that. Double bit axe immediately for the Burgundians. And you know what Burgundians have? They have gill nets in the feudal age. So they can actually get very efficient fishing ships. So all players will likely dock. Every map is like Black Forest. Arabia's open Black Forest. Now, no maps have Vil fights like Black Forest. Like, Black Forest is literally a more aggressive map than Socotra. We see Kamigawa going for the very narrow walls. Clearing, I think, is also an interesting map. I like how each player has 2 ponds. And nice for Anatov here is that his ponds, I think you can sail over that beach. So he actually can move fishing ships from one dock to another if need be. Oh, there's Sato poking at a villager. The loom on the villager, and that will be necessary as Sato will lead her right into that Jaguar. And the Jaguar is getting involved, and the scout, Sato was waiting for that. He was bringing the Jaguar into the fight, and that Vil will go down. A loomed Vil can beat a Dark Age scout, but will lose to Scout-Jaguar combination. Rip the Vil, indeed. Also rip the attempted wall. Now, I can't get a team wall up across here as long as they remember to fill that hole. Probably want to actually wall there and there. There goes the Jaguar again. That Vil will take it out, though. They have their scouts around to protect it this time. Oh, yes, the Toad definitely knew there was a Jaguar there and planned to lure the Vil to it. That was 100% planned. Oh, another Jaguar getting involved. Oh, all the Jaguars everywhere. It's like... this is where Kamigawa, you need to work on your scouting there. Oh, I guess they didn't play this on Explored. Yeah, Kamigawa needs to move the wall up. Arena is just pre-walled Black Forest. Arena is just Vil fights happen in the Feudal Age instead of the Dark Age. Anyway, as I said before, I'm actually very curious on seeing this Burgundian fish boom with the Feudal Age gill nets. As Sato is up already. And when I say already, it's 27 vils. It's not like it's that fast. Or 27 villager population along with those 4 fishing ships. And he's actually going to go for the drush. And now Genji should realize they're open. Oh, the overchop here actually means Kamigawa's open. He realizes, though, he'll come forward to build some houses. This is BF, but water instead of trees. Islands is you gotta full wall your map like it were BF. Because you gotta defend against landings from the Dark Age transport ships. But Sato's gonna play this by going forward. He doesn't want to play the long game, Koreans, Burgundians against Turks and Teutons. He just wants to go forward. Surprised there's... Well, I guess they can't pick Spanish because they already use them on that Nomad map. I was gonna say, I was thinking Spanish for the trade, but no. And also, Bohemians were banned. So these are the civs they went with. More walls here from Kamigawa, going straight up with the houses, not even gonna mess around with palisades. Wants to keep that out. Remember, these walls are weaker while in the Dark Age, and the houses still, they'll have -2 now, but -1 in the Feudal Age. And forward range for Sato, really wants to break in. If Kamigawa can keep this off, and can keep this out and pull off a successful fast castle, he'll be in a good spot. Teutons, though, don't really have, you know, the castle drop Janissary defense in the cards. They're going to have to play more standard. And now that he is up, he needs a house there and a defensive tower. That house, yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. That house just to get more HP in case the men-at-arms break in, which they will before the tower goes up. And he probably needs to tap that foundation a bit more. And, ooh, just in time. As the tower is up. And the men-at-arms are being repelled. Yeah, Castle Drop Teutonic Knight defense, probably not what you want to do. And is this fully walled? Is there no tree back there? Okay, that is fully walled. Calculated indeed. Waited until the last possible moment. Needed to keep those men-at-arms close to the tower so he could debate them and keep them out. But now with the archer, ooh, 1 archer, no fletching. Could be difficult to get the stone wall up with the archer there, but enough vils are being sent that it should not be a problem. Archer doesn't really have the range to be too big of a harassment right now. Kamigawa just needs to be careful he doesn't lose too much HP on the villagers, and he'll be fine. Second archer forward, but still 2 archers with no fletching. You can wall behind that. Anatov up to the Castle Age. It looks like he'll be the first player up. Interesting he's the first one up when he also had to invest into those eco upgrades. I didn't catch if he did gill nets. But gill nets, for a cheaper gill nets when you're in the Feudal Age, can be very, very nice for your fish boom. And we have Genji up next. Already adding in the beautiful fish traps. He is fully palisade walled. Stone walls already up for Anatov. Does not want to deal with any of that Turkish castle drop Janissary shenanigans. And instead, Sato did slow down Kamigawa. Definitely slowed him down, but Kamigawa will be up to the Castle Age. And not even too delayed. Still will be around 15 minutes or so when he clicks up. Up there is the gill nets right now as he's going up that cheaper gill nets for the fish. Wonderful. And, as I said before, the 2 lakes being connected makes it really nice because you can move the ships from one lake to the other. That's a really nice advantage in how this map spawned. So, immediate TC. As the Genji is forced to wall. Oh, and we got a pause. You check the game for a pause message. Sato says sorry go, so they should be going in just a moment.
Yes.
There we go. Oh, slow down after the pause for a moment, but the stone walls are up. Can we get a second layer of walls behind that? We'll have to go for it. Genji will have to go for a tower. So again, this being pretty annoying from c.salette, even though it's not getting in. Forcing lots of stone to be spent on towers and walls. And now he'll get up. I guess one advantage of having that map control is there's only one relic on this side. The rest of them being under control of the French team. And Genji recognizing he doesn't need to finish the tower now that the archers and men-at-arms have moved away. So he's just going to leave it there. And then he can decide later whether to delete it or add it back. Gill nets also for Genji, but full cost gill nets. And here is the Turkish castle drop. But the way this map is set up, those Janissaries will have to break through quite a few layers of stone walls. Might be prudent for Anatov already to get a second layer up there preemptively before the Janissaries come out. This is a narrow passage, you can just kind of wall a couple of times if the need arises. And now c.salette is up, but he'll be the last one up as Kamigawa already is up and is doing a defensive siege workshop, so this pressure is still forcing reactions. And that siege workshop could have been a TC. We already have fish traps in one pond, as the other is still taking the big fish. I wonder if they survived from the earlier Castle Age of RRR. See, c.salette still trying to be annoying. One scout can't really stop two villagers. And just putting up walls everywhere he can. And now this is what we were expecting, right? Lots of stone walls there from Anatov. And defensive castle. University there. But that means this area, there's no good narrow choke point to wall behind it. This would be a pretty big wall. Good wall to the university and to those houses, though. Just force everything by the castle. This wall is already up a bit. Up. Oh, there we go. He's going to use the stone to wall. That's probably the best spot he could have found. Third TC now for Kamigawa. c.salette's team, though, by virtue of Anatov's Burgundians being nice, are up first. And archers will go into the tower and actually try to snipe off that mangonel. Cause a lot of repairs from that villagers, but the mangonel should still be okay. Second mangonel coming out, that will clean up the tower. But oh, Koreans, instant guard tower. That will not clean up the tower. You can't kill guard towers with mangonels. That's actually a huge benefit for c.salette there. And what does he do now with this forward map control? As the Koreans, he uses the guard tower to position the castle. And he's going to look to continue pushing here. Adding in, let's see, he has a lot of fishing ships. Already has the fish traps up around that dock. Adding in the TC. I bet Maxos would love to see this, the French player using the fish traps. And extra stone walls from Genji. Wants to keep any war wagons out of his base while continuing to push, but the defensive castle from Anatov and the extra layer of stone walls look to be pretty effective at preventing it. And Genji still on 1 TC. 1 TC with some beautiful docks. Oh man, look at that. Yeah, Maxos, I bet you like this set of fish traps right there. Genji's got some fish traps. He has some more fish traps there. We have some Burgundian fish traps down here. We have c.salette with fish traps at that dock. Still taking the big fish there. But now we have a defensive castle there from Kamigawa. You learned by watching him. And that castle will try to stop any pressure from c.salette. c.salette not even adding in any war wagons. I think he realizes he's not going to get in. Just going to wait for Imp and start trebing that down. Kamigawa did invest into 3 TCs, so it will be hard for him to click Imp right away. He's getting close to it. It is about 23, 24 minutes. That's when you can go to Imp. But c.salette will have the Imp advantage. And now both players on the right-hand side going Imp at about the same time. Free chemistry means bombard cannons come out right away. Trebuchets on their way already for Anatov. And Trebuchet also for Genji. This castle will lead to Treb production. And we'll have a good fight there. Meanwhile, I am worried for Kamigawa. He's going to be about 45 seconds to a minute slower to Imp than c.salette. And once c.salette gets Imp, his Trebs are going to start popping out. Now, one advantage, this is a Teuton castle. It could do crenellations to stop any bombard cannon reinforcements. And he could immediately do chemistry himself to see he's putting down the university right there. But that would be crenellations time spent in lieu of creating trebs, which is likely not worth it in an early imp fight. The other worry is that Kamigawa's stone is right there. So if he needs to mine stone, he just has these 2 stone piles in the back, which are going to run out soon. Only a little over 200 stone left combined on them. And he only has 200 stone in the bank. And might need to rely upon a teammate's sling, but doesn't really want to have to do that when there is this castle fight already going on. And Ganji himself will need to fight. And doing artillery, instead of pumping out another treb, doing artillery. Interesting choice there. But artillery will allow the bombard cannons better to snipe off these back trebs. Let's see, cavalry scale barding armor for Anatov. This is where you consider maybe even doing, oh, it's for the Kustier. I say maybe you consider doing fletching Bodkin on your, he doesn't have either, on your castles, just so they have more area to snipe off the bombard cannons, give them less area to move around. But with artillery, maybe that's just not even going to come into play anyway. Anyway, second forward castle here for Sato. Kamigawa is up. We see chemistry immediately for Sato and immediately for Kamigawa, wanting to add bombard cannons into this castle trebuchet war. And we have a Burgundian cannon. They will do more damage than these Turk cannons, despite the less range. Turks also don't have siege engineers, so they won't have an attack. Neither civ has siege engineers, but the Burgundians do have their gunpowder native bonus. Really hard to out micro Turk bombard cannons, though. Oh, what is this? It's some archers here from Sato. They'll pick a villager, and that's about it. And an outpost. Yeah, very difficult to use the trebs to treb the castle when artillery cannons are there. It's 14 versus 16 range, so maybe you can find a good spot, but there's enough of a gap in front of the castle that I think wherever the trebs go, the cannons could pick them off. Janissaries will come over and pick off the archers, so a bit of a stalemate there, but on the other side, it's lots of repairs needing to come in for Kamigawa. You can see he's behind Sato in score. He has his trebs out here shooting. He wants to hold this long enough that he has enough trebs to take out the castles. If you can trade a castle and then still have trebs left that you can take out a second one, then you're in a good spot, but he's out of stone. As we saw, the stone mine at the back is finished, and his forward stone is here. He'll need to be using the market. Only 2 trebs, and if you look at the market buying and selling, we see he's buying stone. And let's see, out of stone again, the castle goes down. He does have 3 trebs. Now, 3 trebs and a cannon should be enough to trade castles. The question is this enough to trade off the second castle, as the war wagons are going to be in? And the problem is, monks though. Monks can fend off war wagons in small numbers. And now it is Sato's turn. This is the downside to that forward castle. Oh, and the Kustier just get walled out in time. The trebs had packed, so they can't create a hole. Oh, but there is a hole. There's always a hole. Now monks can't defend this. Can the trebs get the castle though? That is huge. That will alleviate forward pressure. Oh, but another castle will come up right behind it. And we can't get another defensive castle here from Kamigawa because he spent all that stone repairing and hasn't had that stone there. The Kustier are in, and the problem with a Turk ally, they're going Janissaries. They have a slow forward push. They have beautiful fish traps, but it's a slow push, and he can't really send anything to help Kamigawa, who's being raided by mobile units from both sides. The Kustier and the war wagons being able to run back and forth. Now the cannon is forward. Now the trebs are coming forward. Kamigawa held about as well as he could have there, but the Kustier were clutch indeed. And that's just because of the slow nature of the Turks' push. It's very choke pointy, but since the Anatov has time to hold, he doesn't need to use his army there. He can send it to the other side. Now, we see the Turks player is through. They're building up their forward castle, but how are they going to deal with those Kustier? There's only 5 Janissaries and 1 Hussar there. I don't think that's enough to win that fight. Immediate quick walls out. That was a very nice play, but needs to get that house up. That castle actually could be in danger of going down. So Genji in a nice spot here to push so long as he gets those quick walls up again. Needs another layer of walls. Oh, or not. Has the Janissaries forward. And it's now Anatov's turn to die, but he's going to be dying much more slowly than his Kamigawa. Kamigawa has already sent the vills. He is migrating. He is walled up behind him. Not going to let anything follow him through. But remember, bombard cannons, stone walls, they can break through pretty quickly. Kind of needs fortified wall there. And how quickly now can Genji push into Anatov? Should switch to Paladins since he won't have many castles left. I think the Paladins is too gold expensive for him now. I mean, it is Burgundian Paladins, so it isn't that expensive, but I think maybe the Skirms are a decent choice. The thing is, the Paladins are never going to be able to take a good fight against 20 Janissaries. They're always going to be underneath a castle. I think you just need something that can stall here. Oh, no, the fish traps are in danger. Sato, oh, even added in an extra dock for more fish traps. Look at how pretty that is. It's just beautiful. Oh, there he goes, adding in more. Anyway, the war wagons getting into Kamigawa's eco, getting in the back of the back. The Trebs coming out to Treb that TC. And Kamigawa is all but reduced to rebuilding, playing another game of BF from the start. But soon Anatov may be as well. I think he'll probably be able to escape with a few more villagers, though. He was a bit more preemptive in his running. This passage where the push came also was more to the side of the base instead of to the center like the one against Kamigawa. And castle there to try to break through the walls. As Kamigawa is just doing everything he can to wall. Architecture coming in. It'll give more castle HP. He'll try to hold on that castle. He could maybe consider getting in a few boats here. I did not notice the dancing in PvC. Exclamation mark masonry. Masonry? Useful, but castle goes down before architecture comes in. I was gonna say, galleons on this pond here could help to secure from this angle of the push. And actually, this is all wallable there more. Actually, missed opportunity here for Anatov. If he could have done a galleon switch, like earlier on, he needs to realize his base is lost and start running, but use the galleons there to defend the castle. That could have been a nice play. Honestly, he is pretty equally dead, but he has TCs to boom up, right? Like, he has the vills to pump the TCs. He still has 75 vills. We have 29 vills only for Kamigawa. It's going to be a long time before he gets back. Maybe he could dock the ponds and add in some fish traps just to build up. But lots of walls there. Do Teutons should get fortified wall, right? He needs to be slung for a university and fortified wall. And, oh, but keeps, Korean keeps. What do Korean keeps do? With Oipsung, they have the same range as bombard cannons, but with artillery, the cannons still outrange them. So the Turks are the players that can actually deal with the Korean keeps fairly well. But there is, oh, they are through. Oh, fortified wall was in a bit too late. They're through. Cannons trying to keep them out. Got a nice shot there. War wagons don't really die that quickly to the cannon shots. They got 150 HP. And hello there, White Knight. What would you think about a stream to grind achievements? I already have all of the achievements, so I don't think I could do that anymore. I have the campaign uploads for the final few of the new achievements there already. I have played through all of the campaigns at one point on my stream in the past where we did the other things. And there are the GGs. So that is the 3-0 sweep for Sato's team. Sato able to push through a bit more quickly than Genji is. Oh, that's a perfectly timed for the game to end because someone is now mowing the grass outside my window. New account to speedrun all achievements any percent. Oh, that could be an idea. Yeah, the challenge would be, how do we do the 1v3 achievement? Do we have to have, like, do we legit pick people from the chat to challenge me to a 1v3 to stop me getting the achievement at the end? That could be a fun idea. That's how I did it at the start. We just had to, like, experiment until we found, like, the right level to make a, to make a game. See, there's 191 achievements. That would really take some speedrunning to get all of them. I don't think you can just get them in the scenario editor like you could when the game was first released or on HD. Anyway, let's look at some stats of that clearing game. And that just goes to show how important that forward map control is on those Black Forest maps. That fast time for Sato, going for the archer pressure along with those men-at-arms and that tower. Just getting that tower up on that stone and turning it into a Korean guard tower changed the entire game because it let him get that castle up and then win the castle fight because Kamigawa just ran out of stone. Also, really great teamwork sending the Kusier over at just the right moment as the walls were coming down. The monks were able to defend the war wagons, but not the war wagon Kusier combo. That was very, very well played by the Baguettes. Like to play BF together? Well, that explains why they had swapped out Anatov for, or swapped out Margugu for Anatov in that final game. Anyway, in about an hour, there is supposed to be another set. So I need to eat some lunch in between these games. But let's see, what can we do? Look, that 59 Janissaries to 36 war wagons. Let me tab back over to the game. Oh, are they play all 5? Oh, if they are play all 5, then never mind, I'll keep casting this. Rest of the, you're right, we're still in the group stage. So it is play all 5, it's not the playoffs yet. Alright. Let's just, we'll tab back out to this draft here. And that's a loss for them on clearing. And I actually don't know how else I would mark games, but this will be 3 losses for Ganji's team on this side. And if they manage to come back and win 2 more games, we'll just have 5 skulls on the scoreboard. So I'll be back in just a moment for the next game. It will be on either Painted Desert or Ushuaia. I still don't know how to pronounce that. All right, we're back, and it looks like it'll be painted desert. And again, another map I haven't really seen before, so let's take a good look at it and zoom out. Again, this had a bunch of custom maps made for this tournament. Prize pool was sponsored by the Mad Catter, who's pretty prolific in the number of custom maps he's made. We'll have Margugu swapping back in for Anatov. We'll have Mayans and Magyars against Tatars and Magyars. Tatars Magyar is interesting because either one could be the Cav Civ or the Cav Archer Civ. But I imagine it would be Tatars with the Cav Archers and Magyars with the Cavalry would be their preference. Mayans Magyar is kind of straightforward. I mean, maybe they both go CA, right? You could switch it up. Go double Knights or double CA. Probably not a great decision, but you could do it. Yeah, Magyars only get better than regular in Imp. The Tatars... Well, how did I switch my view there? For CA civs. Plumed Archers are basically Cav Archers. And... should basically be a pretty good... usually a decent unit to use against Cav Archers. That's what the mines should be able to do if they can, like, they should be able to, well, they don't have redemption, but to convert a stable, instead of making Zoloto warriors, they just make a horse, and then they can garrison the plumed archer on the horse and turn it into a Cav Archer. Anyway, doesn't look like any much drushing was going on in the Dark Age, so it'll be a simple Feudal Age play here, as we'll likely see Sato putting down ranges and going for archers. Players are pretty far away. And it's a rather open map, so we won't see any full walls. Instead, we'll have to see small walls around the wood lines. Well, Eagle Cav Archer is a interesting matchup too. Here we see a bit of walling from Kamigawa. I guess it makes sense to wall in front of the gold. We'll see if he goes around like that. So we could actually see... I mean, there is potential here for a double scout opening with how open this map is. And it could make sense if you want to go scouts into later Cav Archers instead of opening Archer crossbow Cav Archer. But I imagine we'll probably just see a more standard Archer play with the gold already being taken for Sato. Could be for an early Bloodlines though, depends on how he wants to play this. We'll see. Yeah, it's an archery range. Now, I was hoping for something more exotic, but no, he's going for the standard Archer play. We'll see... Ooh, fun walls here for Margugu. Stable for him. Archery range for the Mayans, and finally, stable for the Magyars. So about as standard as you could expect, players mostly look like they've gone up on 19 Vils. Live lift CA, no one expects it. Well, 2 ranges going down immediately for Ganji. Sending more Vils over to gold. You'll have a good 7 out there once those ranges finish. Otherwise, just walling in his wood lines a bit. You could actually wall there and have a very succinct wall around everything. Scouts looking for areas to poke. Here come the walls on the gold. Only 6 on gold, not 7. Mines do have the cheaper archers, so you can probably get away with that. Or not, because he didn't bother to finish the palisades, and the scouts are there not gonna get a Vil. One gets trapped outside, has to get the wall up again. Archers are there to defend. And there's the spear. So a bit of a misplay there from Genji, but doesn't cost him a Vil. Sato, sending his archers forward with spears, knows that they have to be careful around those Magyar scouts. Not gonna run into that wolf. Ooh, Kamigawa could lose a spear there if he's not careful. Gets a hit from the archers. And the X is over here from Sato. So the advantage here is that these archers are forward. And these archers have to come over to help. So they're not going to be double teaming either of the French players on the other side. They have to come over, spend all that walking time over. Yeah, normally it's, in team games, it can feel better to pressure the scout player than to pressure the archer player, just because it's so much harder for the archer player to reinforce, and also more difficult for the scout's player to defend without being able to shoot over the walls. Continuing to X, he's gonna turn and poke. And they'll just take the spears. Lose a lot of HP on the scouts, though. And 2 more archers could try to pick something, but they're probably just gonna die. And there's something else. Oh, that's a forest. That's not blue. And Scout actually runs into the group of archers. Will lose some HP, but get away. And here comes Margugu's scouts. They both have the +1, like the other player. And they'll engage here. Spearman there for Kamigawa, so that's actually a good fight for him. The archers will come over and get some shots in too. Make your team bonus extra line of sight on the archers. We'll see. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful bonus. We'll see all the X's on the map that the archers will be able to give. So now hill advantage for Sato, but he has fewer archers. Always hard to keep your archer numbers up with the Mayans player, and he did lose a few archers early on. Something I always worry about in team games, losing your archers trying to pick Vils. Because once you fall behind, now it's both you and your teammate who are behind. And it's Genji who has the hill. Forward gold there from Sato could be pressured by these archers if they're able to win a fight here. And those scouts, they're chasing down a single skirm. Probably a bit out of position and needed to be chasing the archers earlier. These scouts more in position, but still being chased by Kamigawa. With the spear there, part of me thinks these scouts should be charging the archers and using the spear to defend here. Could use maybe a slightly different engagement strategy there, but they're going to fight. The armor is in. Let's see, Bloodlines is in. Bloodlines not in yet for Margugu. That's going to be a great fight for them, as they had their upgrades fought right after armor and Bloodlines were done. And now Bloodlines still not there for Margugu. Could lose some more scouts before it comes in. Still a few seconds away. And now they are in on the gold. What's the weakness of small walls? It's archers being able to shoot over them. And the tower not going to go up in time. This is an absolute massacre. Sato lost a good 5 or 6 Vils there, and he's losing his army. Another Vil going down. Scouts from Kamigawa still not cleaned up, and there is the GG as ROR getting back on the scoreboard for this play all 5. I can't adjust that. I need to go to my casting settings, best of play all 5, and give them a win. Losing Archer, I can do that. Maxos, you can do anything you put your mind to, keeping archers alive, losing them, using scouts. And I think that says a lot about the game. A bit risky here with Ganji not having the gold walled, but the scouts didn't get anything. Those Magyar scouts only took about half the HP off that Vil. Mayans being able to pump out those archers very smoothly. Sato tried to find something to poke with those two spears and those two archers, ended up losing them, and losing archers already puts you further behind than you already were against the Mayans. And then upgrade advantage for Kamigawa. Look at all those farms he has. 22 farms. Lots of farms also for Margugu, only 18 though. I wanted to add in that second and third stable even. But I think much cleaner play there from Kamigawa than from Margugu getting those upgrades on the scouts so early. All games played. It is all games played. It is the Terra Nova Duos. That is a tournament going on, hosted by Nova, I believe. And they're in a group stage right now. It is a play all 5, and I'm not exactly sure how the scoring works, but they'll probably get points based on the number of games they win. Alright, so as I was saying earlier, the way we do this scoring here on the scoreboard means that now the bit of a confusing interface. They have lost Painted Desert. So Sato's team has lost Painted Desert. Genji's team has lost Clearing Valley and Patagonia. And we might get 5 skulls if Sato's team loses Ushuaina. However that's said. So this will be our final map. It says they're still in the last game. So maybe they're having a good post-game look at the map. Ushuaia? Like with a long A? Ushuaia? Or ya? Ushuaia? So we will have... Let's see if they have a lobby going. Sometimes it's easier to check in game. I don't think he's hosted it yet. Between the dashboard AoE2.net, Sato won't play the last game. No, Margugu and Anatov will. Ooh, interesting. That definitely changes up the lineup a bit. Now we had seen Margugu play all games aside from Clearing, which he had swapped out for Anatov. And who else is on Baguette? I guess c.salette isn't playing this set of games right now. I had seen him playing some games on the 1v1 ladder recently. But we'll have our 5th and final game here, and then just the 3 of them for this tournament? Okay. And then in about 45 minutes, so probably after this last game, we'll have another set. And I forget who that was between. And that was Darvoi's Carrot versus Professor and his Muppet. I don't know who are on those teams, but those are some fun team names. And then Baguettes on Friday will be playing Sal's as their next matchup. There's Margugu, he has the lobby. And that would explain why I didn't find the lobby when I searched for Sato. c.salette plays with Uzi Koti as Fox Beta in another group, but they beat Vivi and Jibbertongue to qualify. Ooh, okay. Yeah, c.salette is a... As I said, I've been seeing him on the ladder. He's definitely a good player. So the one thing we discovered about the ladder is the top 3 players get little medals next to their ranks. So gold for 1, 2, and 3, which I think is kind of cute. Finally a worthy change by Effie, giving that gold medal to Sato. Takes them a long time to pick their civs. And it is hidden civ, no repeat after a few bans. What's the change? The change is putting the medals by the player names. Or by the player elos. And it looks like we're just about to get started. And we'll hop on over to Capture Age. So this map, this is the first game I've seen played on it, but it is kind of like, I think this is ice that you can walk on in the middle. So kind of like Highland Team Crossings. As we see, it's a bit unfair that the RR team have this huge lake in the back. Actually, maybe that's just ice and they can't actually dock it. But still makes it very awkward to like expand your eco in the late game if you don't have a back to your base. Or like Dry River, but with boats. Oh, that's a good one too. Actually, I don't know if there are spots where you can dock. I don't know if the layered ice terrain allows for docking. Oh, there are vills out here. What are they? Oh, okay, they can dock. Yep, that's what they can do. And I guess you can dock back here too. Then that would make a very safe fish trap spot. I guess they could do the same in that little one there. Oh! We might actually be able to see the mythical fish traps on all 4 sides of the dock. I heard something fighting somewhere. Didn't see where that was, but I thought I just heard some doinks. So, like we said earlier, we have the player swap out. No more Sato. It'll be Margugu and Anatov. And I'm hoping we see huge fish traps around that dock at some point. So Kamigawa going to put down a dock at the front. Now, I'm not sure. I know Anatov plays a lot of Black Forest. I'm not sure how experienced Anatov and Margugu are at the galley micro or water map gameplay, but I guess that doesn't matter because Margugu isn't going to play water. He's going to play run vills to the opponent TC. What does his scouting look like? He needs to be careful of the TC. He runs into the TC, steals a sheep, and has to get away. Now, he's revealed himself now. The villagers have taken tiny bits of damage. I don't know from what. Well, anyway, he has found both opponent TCs now. He sees that gold in the clearing here. He should know there's a TC there. He's scattered the map. And what is he gonna... he's Berbers! What can Berber villagers do? They're fast. They can be annoying. They're Xing the middle. He's sending more vills forward. Going to use the scout and a villager to take out a fishing ship, but doesn't turn to the scout fast enough. Let's see, now all players have now docked. Anatov has the most amazing dock in the middle without coast next to it. And these vills, trying to be annoying and succeeding, gets into that lumber camp there. I still don't know what he's trying to do here. Berbers can be annoying because they'll never lose their villagers in a vill fight. They're faster, they just run away. But they can lose if the scouts get involved. Oh, he's gonna pick a vill in the middle. And he has more vills coming forward. Oh no, is this the Berber douche strategy? Is he just gonna Berber vill fight the fishing ships? 1.26 movement speed to 0.88, so even the Berber vills can't catch them, but they can annoy them. I mean, he could potentially wall in the dock and stop the fishing ships, right? Like wall in the dock and stop any ships from spawning? Yeah, this is Margugu going for some... oh, he's fighting a penguin! And the penguin turns into a turkey when it dies, right? That's not a penguin corpse, right? Or is it? I don't think I've ever seen a penguin get killed before in Age of Empires. And there he goes. Now Ganji's pulling his Viking villagers to vill fight. Vikings Japanese, they're prepared to play this like a water map. But Persians and Berbers, they're prepared to play this like a let's lame you map. Huntable penguins. I know they have food on them. I don't know how quickly the food disappears. It might be like that wolf food that's super fast for villagers to take because they're villagers instead of hunters. Anyway, scout scuffle still going down in the middle. We see galleys being queued for our Persian player. Not fire galleys, interestingly enough, with being so close. Actually, a militia from a barracks being added in for Ganji. And, okay, so Margugu is just going to vill fight with Berbers in the middle. And meanwhile, the galleys will come out from Anatov and destroy the ships. So no more fishing ships for Ganji. And no more middle control either, with the vills being pushed back. And Kamigawa is now up to feudal, but he will be behind in terms of ship production. And can't really snipe the fishing ships off now that Yellow has the... I mean, now that he's behind in galleys. And that's a lot of idle time there for Ganji, but I guess same could be said for Margugu. As that vill goes down. And now here come the galleys sniping off the fishing ships of Kamigawa. And now this team has fish still alive, has two wonderful docks for late game fish traps. I hope we see them. And what are we going to see here? Galleys. So no fire galleys, just straight galleys. Nowadays, a lot of people play mostly galleys in feudal. Unless you're like super close to each other, which they are super close here. But once you get that fletching upgrade in, galleys, as long as you micro them a bit and have about 5 or 6 galleys, they usually do very well against the fires. And against demos too. Maxos hopes too. Oh, look at this. 3 docks in the middle of the whatever this is, the ice river, going ice fishing. This is what happened when I was living in Wisconsin. You cut some holes in the ice and go fishing. And defensive tower now up for Kamigawa, so this will force a tower up just to protect his docks. Something you can do, not usually something you want to do. All 7 of those villagers are men. The red player has fish in the back. I think that's just the color of the penguins on the minimap. That is... yeah, it's just the penguins there. Yep. If that's what you're talking about, yeah. It's a slightly different shade of red. Okay, Galley's forced out of the dock with the tower. They're trying to take a fight. But this is where the fires are helpful, when the galleys are trapped and can't micro. And it probably needs to kill the dock. But yeah, it needs to get out from the tower. So nicely done there from Anatov. And this Margugu villager laming strategy, he's still only up to the feudal age, but has not been counterattacked. Ganji with the Vikings had been planning on going for water, but lost the early water control. Now this is something I remember Tato doing to ACCM in one of their hyper-random games, where he was Italians against Vikings. Or, no, he was Vikings against Italians, and he knew he wouldn't win the early feudal against the fire ships, so he just made a few spearmen and scouts to kill fish, then took the water back later. And I guess that's kind of what Mark Gugu was doing here, trying to use his villagers to get the early water control so his teammate could get out the fish and then win the water fight. Ganji, though, still in the Dark Age and has not clicked up. Missing all of those fish seems to have very much hurt his economy. And they're calling the GG already. Alright, that was... we didn't even get to the fish traps, I'm sad. But very, very nicely played Berber villager laming there from Argugu. Not a strategy that is particularly fun to play against, but one that can nevertheless be very effective. And not just for laming woodlines, but also for destroying fish. How far from feudal? Margugu is 99.29% of the way up to feudal, and Ganji is nowhere near feudal. He had gone forward to Vilfight, and he was just not prepared to face the Berbers that early. That is as close as you could get. We had that one game earlier where they had the Cavaliers attacking the Imp TC, but then moved them off when it was at the high 90s, and they could have sniped it off, but didn't. But anyway, very nicely played by Sato's team when Sato is not in the game. And they take that series 4-1. And in about 30 minutes or so, we should have another series coming up. And there will be some drafts for that. And I guess we'll look at the stats there. 3 militia versus 11 fire ships. Yeah, 6-4, but lets his teammate go 14-3. A French-German combo. Oh, that beautiful 841 feudal time. That's a really great feudal time. Just to rush up and pump out the ships. Like, 957 is maybe a bit slow, but 841 is still a very nice feudal time. Considering how Ganji still hadn't even clicked up. 36 villagers, but not doing anything with them. Only 19 villagers for Kamigawa. What was... was he just sacrificing everything to try to take water control and then lost? I guess he was idling the TC and had moved everyone off of food, and then lost the fish and couldn't make any more villagers. We see him plopping down 2 farms. This is what you're so close. Maybe Ganji needs to come over and build a couple farms, or at least place the foundations and start them to sling Kamigawa. Idle TC time? Oh, let's check that. Can I check that on... can I check that in a team game on Capture Age? I don't know if I can. Oh, wait. We can't hear on this page. 5:57 idle TC time. And same for Genji also being slowed down. Yeah, that idle TC time there came from him. We saw him build those 3 docks. He wanted to take the water and snipe off those fish, but wasn't able to get back onto it. I mean, because remember, it's not just the boats that came out to kill the fish. It's the villager fight that was idling the fish early on, too. So, very nice strategy for this map from Margugu. Makes me wonder if we had missed some Berbers vill rushing on Dry River back when we had all those ECL games. Oh, that villager has huge footprints. Look at that. Those are much larger than his shoes. And we saw some hunted penguins too. The meta kept evolving past ECL. Yeah, I think ECL was mostly Indians. But I had seen some Aztecs plays that was interesting. I had seen different like men-at-arms archer combinations. And it definitely had not been figured out at that point. And people would pick mines and go, we'll fight with eagles. Alright, so we will have another series coming up at what is 3 p.m. in GMT time. -4, so that would be 7 p.m. and then I gotta put that into 12-hour time. Let me just check AoE zone. I can't do that much math in my head. 19 GMT. There we are. And that will be... I don't know who these teams are, but is Darvoi's Carrot versus Professor and his Muppet. One has an English flag, the other has... Is that an Austrian flag? No, it's not. It's the same colors, but it's a top half is white and the bottom half is red. I don't recognize that flag. Oh, hello, Ophelia. If I hover over, do I get a code? No. Alright. Poland? Oh, maybe it is Poland. It's on AoE zone. I'm not looking at it right now on the stream. Let's see if you're informing me. Yes, it is a Polish flag. Yes. Now let's see if I can find the team rosters anywhere. Maybe it's on Wikipedia. Terra Nova Duos. Oh, I'm added on as a commentator on Wikipedia already. Let's look for these teams. So this is the Week 2 Americas map pack. So Ushuaia was a very interesting map. We didn't see Chinota Clan. That's a map I'd like to see. I think all these maps were kind of fun. I wasn't really a fan of Patagonia. I think the Nomad start there was kind of awkward. But the other maps I think I like. Bermuda. That could be interesting if it's a water map. Loch Ness. That's a great map that looks like Baltic. Ruins looks fun too. Alright, where are these teams? Professor and his Muppet is Gemjack and Jack. Okay, yes, that's the Polish team. And the other team will be Darvoi's Carrot, which is King Boo and Steak. Alright, so this will be... I think the Polish team should probably be favored there. And the Baguettes. Okay, Sato, Margugu, and Anatov. Ooh, does he have a... Oh, he has a team logo. Alright, and Larry... Yes, these are all going to be 2v2s. But it's a duos tournament. No Viper in Gamer Legion A. He's off in AoE 4 land. You know, well, he's in Gamer Legion B because he's not going to play. He'll pick up the mouse and keyboard if Doubt and Slam are absent. Honestly, this Gamer Legion B... Doubt and Slam, I might favor them over Jordan and Tato. Nikov and Kapach, that's a nice team. Less than the max. Miguel has taken at least one game in all their sets. Oh, Dragonstar and Chris. Dragon in Bear's Shadow. Interesting. I've never really watched King Boo and Steak play. I know they're good players. I just don't think they're... well, maybe they're just not as well known yet. They're up-and-comers. T90 and MVL up to Imp. Oh, there's c.salette. Interesting, Leary and Hart are seeded so lowly. Or so seed 9. Like... I mean, I guess all the teams ahead of them are good. This is a team I would not have expected at seed 11 either. Especially with people like Zupi and Rubenstock. Or Ganji Kamigawa behind them. I guess here you can see there's a bit of a different quality in the players. Gemjack and Jack, I definitely recognize more. I still have no idea how actually to pronounce that name, but I will attempt to say it my best. Probably more active ahead of them. You don't recognize Fox Beta? Where was that? Uzakoti. I've never seen Uzakoti before, but apparently he's another French player, and he'll be playing with c.salette. Maybe I just recognize Uzakoti from a different account. c.salette I've definitely seen playing some games on the ladder recently. I think I casted a couple of c.salette games with either Survivalist or T90 on Arabia a couple days ago. It is c.salette. I know there's a C there. It's just kind of weird to say one letter, c.salette. Like, did you see c.salette laming that boar? Say Cedric c.salette. Let's call him Cedric. Let's look. I want to see if there's a group stage. Okay. So we'll have Professor and his Muppet against Darvoi's Carrot here, and Darvoi's Carrot 0-2 so far in their group. Going 2-8. Ouch. Ooh, Fox Beta went 0 for 4. Did some of these people not play all 5? Or, okay. Oh, no, that's not. Looking at the wrong thing. They went 3-17. That's a big ouch. 0 for 5 for Sobaz. Sal's, oof, 0-2, but went 4-6. That's rough. Baguettes winning a lot of their games, 8-2. Baguettes 4-1 doubt and slam, really. That would be the loss for Gamer Legion B. Zupi Rubin barely qualified. Went to the decider. Interesting. Who are they seeded? Because they were a team that seems kind of low seeded for where they are. Douches and stashes. Unless Rubenstock is douching every game. Nice to see FedEx playing again. I always liked watching him play. Anyway, this team here definitely is sticking out to me as being higher seeded, or among higher rated players in their seeding. So good for them for making it up there. Isn't there a team with me? Maybe one day, if I find more time to start playing again. And playoffs have not started yet. Alright, let's go. We'll find a game to cast real quick while we're waiting. And it was just, that was just such a well-executed strategy from Margugu. I won the first 2 matches, right? Alright, let's see now if I can tell my, like, everything is much slower on my PC in, like, my web browser whenever I'm running Capture Age. I think I can close that and that. I need that draft right now. And the dashboard is taking a think. Wouldn't it be great if you could sort these games by elo and just find people to spectate? Oh, AI games. Oh, there's a auto match 4v4 on Nomad. Alright, good. The dashboard is loaded. And as just a quick game before the next one, we'll have... Let's see, one of these. No, we were talking about c.salette earlier. Let's go watch his game. Hello, Jibsy Kings. There's a star next to the carrot team that says, due to personal constraints, Khan has stepped down and the slot will be taken by darvoi's carrot instead. Okay. Anyway, Malay Vikings on Hillfort. This is, wait, let me turn the scoreboard off so people don't think we're casting something we're not. Hopefully I don't have to re-enter the information next time. And I don't know how we ended up with Malay Vikings on Hillfort, but we did. Must have been random civ. Malay harbors actually can be potentially annoying on this map if you build them around your opponent's moat. Look how close that bird is to the top of the hill. Like, it's actually, like, under the wall, is it? Almost. Now it's getting some more distance. Ibex is being lured in by the scout. This is the map where you always have to question, where do you want to put your mill? Sometimes there are berries out in the middle of nowhere you can mill, but oftentimes... Oh, he did! He found berries. He's going to mill them. Interesting. I normally just plop it down somewhere inside the base for farms. Because you don't always get berries like that. And they make you very vulnerable. Oh, that's a house. Yeah, I'd pop the mill like here, maybe. That way you can get a few farms around it. I like playing Huns on this map if for no other reason than you don't need to jigsaw puzzle your houses in your base to get everything to fit. Oh, but where's this? He's going out. Those are hunters. What is he going for? Oh, he's going for the berries all the way out there. Oh, boy. rmcoo living up to his, Well, I guess this is a closed map. He is an arena clown, so maybe he's the one who ended up getting this one. There's enough people out there who ban arena that sometimes the arena players favorite one of the closed maps that's not arena. Just to still try to force a closed map. Are they stronger? Yes, they are. They have 300 HP compared to the 100 Dark Age and 250 Beyond Dark Age. Or 150, 250 HP of Palisades. And they also have their armor right from the start. So I forget exactly how Palisades were changed, if they had gotten less armor while they're alive or just while a foundation, and then the houses now have -2 armor. But yeah, these are definitely stronger than normal Palisades. They were first a campaign object, but then they were used in this map. Oh, we get some doinking of the scouts there. We have c.salette getting the first hit on rmcoo's scout. rmcoo will need to navigate the hills that are present on this map, and he does have the disadvantage after that scout fight, and disadvantage while also being up to the feudal age, trying to turn it back on that hill, making good use of it. 18 to 20, so they're within a hit. Oh, nice turnaround there, and I think he actually is winning now. 14 to 12, he is. So nice turnaround there. That's an extra hit advantage he has. And if he keeps following, he'll be up to feudal first, and we'll be able to snipe off the scout. So he has not scouted his opponent's berries yet. Neither has c.salette. And they're both up to feudal. rmcoo up a bit faster. But then again, c.salette is the melee, so he will advance faster. I guess that's to be expected then. Does mean it's a bit easier to win that scout fight, because you're just gonna be knowing your opponent is up later. So typically this is a fast castle map. We'll see Market and Blacksmith from rmcoo blocking that forward gate. Vikings melee. I think this matchup should favor melee on this map. Late game, they do have access to those bombard cannons that the Vikings lack. Vikings will have the better early game eco, though. Or, well, it depends on how well c.salette is able to use that. That bonus. You played the map the other day, they seemed normal. Yet you had to attack from downhill with men-at-arms, in that sense they're stronger. Well, they're stronger because they have 50 more HP, and now that they're in the feudal age, they have 500 HP. So they definitely are stronger. It's 250, or it's 300, 500 compared to 150, 250 for Palisades, so. Yeah, definitely stronger. Imagine poles. Well, I know, the Folvark nightmare of how do you position your farms around the Folvark in this tiny space. It's like playing that, was it like Dinky Park or Micro Park on Roller Coaster Tycoon 1? You remember that park? That was a nightmare to place stuff in. You had to like buy the construction rights to build your roller coasters across the street. Anyway, lots of gold for rmcoo, so maybe he's got some shenanigans planned as he reaches the castle age. Or some market strategies at least. Automod doesn't like that. Like I remember in the HD edition when this map was so bugged in team games that all the teams would spawn on the same location. Hello, Div Tom. Oh, that's a lot of gold. He had sold some stone. Does he want to buy stone again? Gonna TC out here, I guess. And then he could TC over here. Or get 2 TCs in this area. Probably the best. One in a second somewhere. Doesn't have the wood for it. Doing bow saw now. Oh, we got 5 archers for c.salette. And they will become crossbows, and they will have fletching. I just don't think they'll really be able to hit anything unless they go for those berries out there. rmcoo will rush up this TC, and that'll probably protect those vills from any crossbows. Could potentially want to get a bit of a wall across the front there, just to keep it extra safe. We'll see the same thing from c.salette over here, building that TC far from his starting walls. Try to get that up. And these villagers now, what will they do? Are they just going to walk back? A lot of idle time. They're walking over here like they want to do something. rmcoo would need to use the market if he was to get something else. Tribute events. Just going to start chopping, and there you go, buying stone. Yep, it's written mostly in assembly. And it'll be 3 TCs against 2 as more vills heading out there to boom. I'm very interested in what these crossbows will be able to pick off. Nothing yet. You don't like the TC against the edge of the map? We'll block farms later. I was thinking it could have been over here to get the stone, or even here. Maybe he saw the crossbows and was just like, I'm going to build it where they won't find it. Trying to keep that economy being clandestine. Stuck too close to the mill too. Oh, you're right. I need you to delete that palisade. I still can fit farms around it. It's fine. Now the palisade gates themselves are not fortified. They can be broken through. Immediately that'll trigger a defensive siege workshop. He doesn't want crossbows denying him from that gold.
Yep.
And in they come. Scorpion on its way out, not a mangonel, just a scorpion. He doesn't have stone for a tower. Already had to buy stone for those 2 TCs. He doesn't quite have the ability to get a tower.
Yep.
Let's see how that scorpion can do. Nice split there. Crossbow. Ooh, that farm was in a weird spot. And now here comes the mangonel. Scorpion goes down though. And here comes some more crossbows. He's seen the mill down there. Wants to harass that. Oh, some unbuilt farms. Those farms could be harassed. rmcoo thinks he's nice and hidden down here. But I'd go for the target the farms before hitting the vills. Oh, Sammy, thank you for the sub for 2 months. Thank you very much. And oh no, another defensive siege workshop down here for rmcoo. Needs to protect this TC and this economy from the crossbows. You'll need a 3rd TC over here too. So now the crossbows really are starting to pay off. They're forcing siege workshops and mangonels to come out. And with pretty much no army for rmcoo, he'll have to rely on this to defend himself, but he doesn't really have the resources even to make mangonels. Doing fletching, but what's fletching gonna do when he doesn't have any archers? Finally has a range. I mean, he has Vikings. He can go. He does have that free wheelbarrow and handcart powering his eco that the melee player doesn't have. And he does actually have a Vil advantage because he had the TC up sooner. But I feel like these crossbows actually are being very effective in doing damage. Ooh, that was a big mangonel shot. Get those crossbow bodies there just sinking into the earth. Well, the crossbows were effective until that. That one might actually kill the mangonel if it's microed. He's probably not going to bother to micro it. Oh, there he is. Oof, doesn't get away though. Had to stay right underneath the mangonel for that to work. Oh, but what is this? I think this slut, perhaps he meant to pick Magyars, but ooh, we got another mangonel shot over here from rmcoo. There's 2 mangonels out here. And these crossbows have to run away now. And it's gonna be battle elephants. Battle elephants, it's only +1 armor because they're melee, but they are cheap. They're doing the attack upgrade now. They could come out here, run through this TC, and run through that TC. And what does rmcoo have to stop them? Not much. He only has 4-range crossbow. I don't think that can stop battle elephants, and Vikings don't have the best monks. He would need to make a transition there. Lost the scorpion, but still you need more than just 1 mangonel to deal with this. As he's 5 stables, I don't know if he can keep that production up, but this game is... He's not going to go to imp if he's doing 5 stable battle elephants now. He's just going to pump them out and go. And oh, down goes the mangonel. And down go those 3 crossbows, not really patrolling in. University, he was thinking of ballistics, but... Maybe elephants are so big you don't need ballistics to hit them. Alright, here they come. Can 8 elephants take a TC? Probably not when they're melee elephants with a few crossbows back there. Maybe I'm wrong and they can. Yeah, it looks like maybe they can, but these vills can come over, add more arrows to it, and repair a bit. This will be expensive to repair. We see the elephants starting to go down, but more are coming in. And I think c.salette actually can keep up this production. I think he can do it. I think the elephants are going to take this TC, and then this TC, and then all these vills. Now, Vikings will have more HP on their pikemen, of course. There's the spear out now. Pikeman upgrade coming in this newly constructed barracks. But I don't think 2 barracks will pump out pikemen fast enough to deal with the glory of these melee battle elephants. And there's 7 elephants there. A few crossbows being added in to deal with the spearmen. They're still alive from when they took that trip running around the map. And Vill's going down. Pikemen coming out one at a time, not going to be able to fight the elephants. And the TC soon will go down. That elephant doesn't do much damage to the pike, but under pressure. A few elephants dead due to those pikes, but now the crossbows are coming forward. And it's crossbow-elephant combination for c.salette, as rmcoo's Vil lead has all but dwindled down to a mere 4. Actually, these 1 or 2 pikemen coming out of those barracks is like a campaign AI spamming units, being somewhat effective. Now remember, crossbows still do not have ballistics because that university has not gone up, and it should not go up with those crossbows there to harass the villagers. And it should not go up. There we are. And now the elephant's trying to chase the crossbows. Crossbows actually are pretty speedy, 0.96 against 0.94. They can micro a bit against the Ellies. And with the hill bonus, they should actually take them out fairly well. rmcoo really needs to focus on fighting over here so that the crossbows don't have the hill bonus. Meanwhile, oh, he wants to go for a castle drop. Ooh, rmcoo has moved out to chop wood, but will he notice this castle drop on his left? That is 16, 17 Vils heading over there, as now the mangonel has come forward to try to help the crossbows. Crossbows actually are very nice to use on the shallows against the mangonel, because I don't think you get the blast damage hit if the mangonel shot impacts on shallows instead of on land. Anyway, this micro needs to be done well. Wanted to get a stable, but that's not going to happen. 2 mangonels forward. And rmcoo, he's microing here against the mangonels, but while he's doing that, the castle is going up. No, I think that's intentional, right? Like if it splashes in the water, you don't get the area effect damage. Oh, that's a castle that could be mangonel shot. But anyway, the castle goes up, and now it could be Karambit Warrior time. It could be Siege Workshop and mangonel time over here. There's the forward market. It could be ram time, petard time, break through the walls and trade. And forward TC as well. Going to add some walls around that castle just to trap the Vils here. Oh, and he's going to trap everything from rmcoo into this corner. He's walling him in. Meanwhile, rmcoo down by about 20 Vils, and you see the splash. Maybe c.salette isn't aware of that. 1.3k food for blue. Probably should sell that and try to click imp, get arbalest. But he hasn't got that university. I guess he does have a... Oh, he did build one in the back. So he doesn't need to finish that. Delete that, get the wood back. It was a very damaged university there. Why does he have so much food? Because he's been microing, and he hasn't really been able to spend the food the way he wants to, and he hasn't been making any units that cost food. He's just been making the archers and the siege there. Well, I guess he did make a few pikemen, but he's just now switching to the cavalry. Oh, but he's making his own castle. Both players are up to imp, and we're going to have a treb fight. This castle will have the hill advantage, but c.salette will have the timing advantage and be able to pump the trebs first. Here's the question. c.salette still does have a lot of stone in his base that he can mine. He does have a Vil lead. Although it doesn't have wheelbarrow and handcart, so that's actually more like a villager tie, kind of. Still a slight lead for him, but... Magic will be fast. Oh, now it's c.sallette's turn. He's going to drop the forward castle. c.salette does not have the stone to counter castle drop that, and he spent all of his resources on those battle elephants that, after their initial push, have died. And I think rmcoo actually has this game. This castle might go down. There's the Treb, but I think he just needs to repair. And he'll then now take control of this part of the map. Another TC in the back for c.salette. At that monastery with 3 relics, that's now going to be taken out. Castle maybe should have been 1 tile back so it could have shot at the monastery. Or if you'll need martyr holes. But once he gets imp, we'll have, oh gosh, Viking scaled barding armor on the light cav. Vikings will go for their armored light cav to raid over here. Lots of TCs to protect against the raids. And here's the Treb on the left. Ooh, he's going to destroy the market. What does that mean? c.salette won't be able to buy stone, and there is the GG. Well, that was a crazy game. Yeah, Malay Battle Elephant push took all of his economy. No, it's just ever so slightly too slow to get that second TC out there. And the castle drop here, that was beautiful, but rmcoo survived it. Pretty equal KD, but those were... The Ds are battle elephants. Those are very expensive. Alright, let me go check if the draft for the next series has started yet. We got... Oh, they've done the... There's the draft. Take a look at this real quick. So the first maps will be... Oh, they're playing in Asia. Okay, these are different maps than we saw in the previous set, so this will be interesting. Oh, they've banned Arenaception. I don't know what that map is, but it has Arena in it. So first they'll play on Huangshan. They've banned Takashima and Arenaception. Home maps for the Polis Desium team will be Fish, Beach, and Fisher. Home maps for Darvoi's Carrots will be Shorelands and al Samim. And in the Civ bans, they've banned Celts, Cumans, Britons, Vikings, Italians, and Franks. So banning water civs there. All right. I'll keep the maps up like that. And I need to see, I don't know if they'll show up Gem Jack. Okay, he is there. Oh, and he has a stream, so I can open... Okay, they're still in the drafting stage, according to the website. See if I can get any insights on his stream as to where they are. Oh, they're in the lobby. And I hope they understand the settings because he has Fish Beach selected as the map. How this works, they each pick 2 and ban 2, and then the one remaining map is played as game 1. So they didn't pick 3, it just puts it on their side. Or it just needed a place to put it, I guess. Alright, they are all in the lobby and they have the right map selected. Arguing, oh gosh. Gem Jack just asked about what the colors should be. The other team was like, it doesn't matter, only for certain maps. And then he immediately changed his color to gray. So we'll start out with Huangshan, and we'll get to see some new maps again. Always exciting to see some new maps. They're very pretty so far. And they're just starting, so let's hop into this. Still says they're drafting, I'll search for it in-game. Nope, I have to leave that one anyway. On DE, you can do it. You can find the game. Maybe it'll just show up here. Let's try maybe like this. No. Alright. Can't see the game. Can I join through here? Oh, I see a link. I just need to be able to click on it. Alright, got it. And there we go. Oh man, finding these games is so much harder than it needs to be. Anyway, moving on into Capture Age. Let me... Once we get in, I'll enable the casting settings. Enable play all 5. I do have to enter this in again. Terra Nova Duos in the group stage. Boom. And here we are with this wonderful map. What are these? These are just rocks. What's that in the middle? There's a pile of gold in the middle at the top of this hill, but it's not where the yellow thing is on the minimap, is it? Unless Capture Age isn't quite Oh, interesting, because that's so high on the hill, Capture Age isn't really showing it in the right spot on the minimap. It says I'm zoomed in right on the gold, but I'm not, because the gold is all the way up here. Interesting little visual artifact there. Anyway, we'll have... In the back of this map, there are relics and... I don't even know what this terrain is, like a combination swamp, dirt, shallow grass terrain. But anyway, they each have a relic and some resources in these back pockets. In the middle, there's a ton of wood and some rocks. And then if you chop all the way to the middle, which I doubt will happen, there'll be some gold in there. And little one-tile pieces of stone surrounding it. Let's see if we can catch up to real time now. As Elephant will be taken, and it will be Steak in King Boo against the Polish players Jemjack and Jack. I'll probably just refer to them by their colors because that will be, or at least P7, that'll be hard for me to say. We do have the gray player here, and it's not a dark gray in capture, it's a very light gray. I'm still catching up a bit. And let's see, gray will be pushing the deer in. His teammate doing likewise, pushing the deer all the way from down in this more exposed area. I guess one thing that could happen is they could wall off the sides and then just boom. It is Spanish and Saracens against Magyars and Saracens. Now the series is 5 games of hidden civ, no repeat. So once you pick a civ, you cannot play it again. I'm interested in why they went for Saracens here. There does seem to be both gold and stone on the map, so it's not like they would be lacking a resource and trying to use the market. King Boo is going to try to interrupt the deer push there. Let's see. He might have come out a bit better in terms of the scout fight, but the deer will continue getting pushed in. Maybe makes the detour for the TC now. And no real harassment yet. Let's just keep the resource counters there. So King Boo will be the first up. He will likely be the scouts player here. And the Saracens will likely be the archers player for both teams. Spanish will not be the... Actually, yeah. Spanish will not be the archers player. They will be the scouts player. Is this here walled? Looks like it is. So this barracks will be part of a wall starting here. I mean, you could play this like BF and just go for forward walls, but not going for that option, instead going for the stable. And oh, here comes the Drush on the other side. I missed that, but Steak going to Drush and attack that lumber camp. I'll make him repair, and looks like he did do a bit of harassment on the berries. There were 4 villagers on one side of that mill and 2 on the other, so not the most efficient. Oh, he got in. I don't know if that was an overchop or a failed wall, but the Drush is in. The Drush will likely... Ooh, both scouts go down. Gray didn't need to lose a scout there. But the Drush then trades off the scouts, and here is Steak getting up some walls that I like, the forward walls. I don't know about this. I don't know if that can be walled. Looks like the same terrain as down here, so you probably get palisades there. Anyway, on the other side, we have the Spearman coming out, and this will kind of be 2 separate 1v1s. It'll be hard to help your teammate. You have to run all the way around. But then again, if you do run all the way around, there's not going to be walls in the back. And that's what King Boo is doing. He's managing to keep this open for the moment. These foundations have been started, so he can't run through there. Gate going up here. Now just needs to be careful about here. It looks like that'll be walled. And so now the north is walled for the eastern team, and the south is not quite walled for either team. Yeah, militia now being cleaned up by scouts. And the scouts will be able to go forward here. Does Red realize that? Oh, Red doesn't realize that. Red might think he's walled to the edge. So these scouts will be a surprise. And here come only 2 scouts, not with much HP, but that was a low HP villager out on the berries. Mistake sending her out there. Yeah, scouts probably won't be able to get another one. I'll just dash away. Maybe we took a TC error or 2 there. And now Steak realized that he wanted to wall this, but now another vill's gonna get picked off. So good map awareness there from Gray, and poor walling from Red. Not realizing that this was open, and now 4 scouts are in. And his teammate now King Boo. The other side, since that was so well closed, actually looks to be closed by both players as long as there's not another hole, which there might be. Where's the hole? Okay, there is not up there. They probably walked in before it finished. But there's the X. Purple had to bring their scouts all the way around here to deal with the Gray scouts. And still Gray has the scout advantage. And he will have that advantage because he's closer. But the spear coming out. Villager adding in a gate there, and a third vill will go down here for red. So very nice usage of those scouts there from gray. They'll finally be walled out, but they're still going to pick off purple scouts here. And that's going to allow yellow. Jack is in the back with some archers. He's doing some damage. 13 farms. That's a nice number for King Boo, but looks like Jack is in somehow. Maybe the... I don't know if there's a hole there. I think he probably just walked in earlier. Archer's trying to retreat, but now some more scouts are out. But that's a lot of scouts Purple's had to train. He's still training them. Oh, there's the hole. It is between the house and that tree. Okay, that's what it looked like. And immediately, now that King Boo recognizes that and has the map control, he is putting another house there to secure it. So 2 holes on both sides of the walls. Pretty unfortunate for the team in the western corner. Archers with +1/+1. Here's the spear, gets a poke. And a Vill's going to have to walk a really long way to get there. Will he get there in time, as those archers could go forward and try to deny that again? Actually, that's 2 spears and 3 archers. The archer is going to get there. He sees the archer, sends the scouts, and... oh, he right-clicked to repair the house instead of building the forward one, and that foundation didn't go up. And that is not walled. Yellow is in again. And that Vill will go down. So 3 Vill lead. And red now finally managing to get this walled. And gets out archers of his own. And the spears will just be poking that house until it catches on fire and eventually goes down. But look at this. This is a lot of farms. 18 farms already for gray. Chopping wood. Need to move that lumber camp soon. A lot of farms here. 21 farms for King Boo. That's what happens when you're spamming scouts. But all those spears, he's losing scouts to the spears again. And down here, the gray-yellow combo. Ooh, this is going to be so difficult to deal with. Those archers are there. And they're able to hit the Vills. But the scouts are running away when they need to be by the archers. And that's going to let the archers get cleaned up. I think that's a pretty big mistake there, separating their armies. The archers shoot over the small walls, but you need to keep them safe. Now, that being said, more archers can just come over. Won't be a big deal for them. And now here come the scouts, but a bit out of position. A few archers go down that probably didn't need to go down, where the scouts there to defend them. Oh, and there's the GG from King Boo and Steak. So very unfortunate for the 2 of them. Just not scouting properly over here, having that hole in the wall. And over here, just looks like he eventually walled it, but that tree and that house, you get in. Well, this is a very beautiful map. I have to say that. There's a lot of different rocks placed around it, and some bamboo mixed in with different types of terrains. Very green. Not the type of thing you see every day. Hello, Tusk Star. P5. We hit P7 colors here, so this will be a win for the gray team. That's gonna show up as gray on the. Can I change his color to be something else? Well, that'll show up as gray on the scoreboard. At least it says 1-0 there. All right, let's back out of there. I'll head over to the draft screen again. And that is a win. We'll put crowns on the maps this time. And we'll see when they get to the next game. Looks like the website hasn't updated yet. So next game, Darvoi's Carrot will have their home map pick. It'll either be Shorelands or Al Samim. And I've not actually seen any of these maps played yet. So I'm sure we'll be in for a surprise, and they're not going to be able to repeat any of the civs they played earlier. Try to refresh this list here. The dashboard website is wanting to crash. I just want to join a game. Let's just close out of that and I'll search for it in game. I'll probably have more luck there. Alright, so what was it? It was... There we are. And they'll play Al Samim. Yeah, so pretty big elo difference here. 2K2s versus a 2K and a 2K1. This is a replacement team for a team that had to drop out. I think there is a pretty big skill difference here. I definitely recognize these names a bit. Well, I recognize all the names, but I think I recognize these two as being a bit more experienced. And looks like they've probably launched. Let's see if this shows up here. And it's not going to show up there. Oh, come on, D. You can do it. You can put the match in the spectate tab. Let's check awe2.net then. Maybe that will be useful for this. The dashboard isn't working. And there we are. Oh, they have emotes, like a carrot emoji in their Steam name. At DE can't render that, so it shows a question mark. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, exactly. They have the carrot emote in their name on AoE2.net, but DE can't show it. And whoa, this map has no wood. There you got A 100k pile of wood. Okay, never mind. It has lots of wood. It is more wood than any other map, and they call a re. Okay. Okay, so this wood here has 100k in each. This stuff out here is tents with some probably hostile raiders near it guarding relics. Oh gosh. As this is a campaign map, raider, cavalry raider. Oh wait, what are the armor classes? Okay, they actually do have armor classes. That's good. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relics around the map that are on the edges guarded by little raider camps here. On the inside of the map, there is stone and there is gold. There's a little... I don't even know what this is. Is this like dried lake bed? Is there water there? I don't know, but that's in the middle. And then players have 100k piles of wood. Why so many birds? I don't know. There are a lot of birds there. Oh, and they have a pile of food for 750 food. Okay, so my question is, if you have an onager or a ballista elephant, can you chop these piles of wood? Could the strategy here be the Khmer player gets to ballista elephants and then destroys the other team's piles of wood? That's his teammates, but destroys the other team's piles of wood. And did Jack not be aware of the map and just TC somewhere that did not have a pile of wood? And did, were they not prepared for the map? There's no pile of wood near their TCs. I think that's what happened. And they called a re, and they're probably looking at the map too. Anyway, let me leave that game just for a second, and we'll go try to find the next one. Oh, there we are. Alright, and we'll get into this next game. And here we are. Oh, they have a TC caravan wagon. So that will unpack and become a... Or no, that's just a scout then. Okay. I thought that would become a TC. This time, they're still not building TCs on wood. And just plopping the TCs down right where they start. Okay. The other team is going for the wood, which I think is probably the better strategy. So, what scouts do they even have? They have a camel and a caravan to scout with. One of those counts as a military population. There's some goat laming. And part of me makes me think this team has a strategy planned with those Khmer. Both going with Ethiopians. Oh, the caravan's gonna push in the ibex. I think the camel is Gaia. No, the camel has the HP bar on it. You see, it's laming the goats. That is definitely a player camel. Oh gosh, the camels are trying to lame the goats and get them away. Oh, he got one back. No kill too. They gotta stay close to the camel. Otherwise, they'll be taken away by the other camel. Oh gosh, this is the silliest thing. X over here, Xing that pile of food. And I guess one of the problems here is you won't really be able to saturate the wood with many villagers. Looks like it's just 1, 2 tiles there. Yeah, 2 tiles of wood. 99.9k. I mean, you could maybe lumber camp the other side and then fit, what, 6 villagers per tile? Then have 12 on wood there, another 12 there, get your 24 on wood. He's gonna mill that and lumber camp that. Hey, those goats goating off too. Well, this is certainly one of the more interesting Dark Ages I've seen. We have this caravan pushing in deer. Oh, there's cracked dirt, so if you build out here, you're gonna have the weaker structures too. There's no boar to hunt, right? So you're just pushing in your ibex and hoping that that gives you the food to click up. While you also take from your pile of food. Now, I don't know how quickly you... Wait, they say capture rate calls them villagers. Let me check what they are in the game. Forager, okay. So these villagers, capture age calls them villagers, but they're actually foragers. So they are gathering at the rate of a forager, not that of a villager. These here, those just be hunters on the ibex. And we'll look... King Boo and Steak actually getting closer to clicking up to feudal first. We see some Xing there, Xing that lumber camp. Recognizing that it is vulnerable and not next to a TC. And there is the gold mine. And oh, that pile of food is now more of a pile than it is food. Interesting. There's a house going up. But we will have King Boo the first up to the feudal age, and as the Khmer, well, I guess he didn't actually need other buildings. He's just built that and he's up as the Khmer. But yeah, he saturated that wood line with that lumber camp there. And he's doing lots of Xing of stuff back there. Okay, he's Xing that gold. So they know where that gold is. And we see a bit of a wall here. If there is ever a map where you really can't wall, then this is it. Here's a good wall to that wood line and eventually get a lumber camp there. Anyway, the Khmer player is up and the stable is already on its way. We'll see the archery range coming out for Jack is the Ethiopians. On the other side, Steak is up, throwing down 2 ranges. Somehow has the wood for that from that big pile of wood. And we'll see a stable coming up from our gray player over here. And right there is Red's scout to scout the stable. Or Red's camel. Not a scout, but a camel. And so it'll be scouts against archers on this side, spearmen already coming out. The question is, what are those scouts going to raid? Absolutely nothing. These villagers can just wall themselves in. That wood line is under the TC. There's no food out here to be raided. Maybe that pile of food? That could be walled in too, I guess. Ibex walking back. But anyway, we'll get some action on the left as the scouts now for King Boo are moving forward. These here are the Gaia camels. Oh, but look at that. Jack has the camel there, camouflaged in among the Gaia camels. It's like when my neighbors once had some deer as their Christmas decorations, but then the real deer went to their yard and started playing with the fake ones. 4v4 where each player can only gather one resource. Yeah, you probably need to start in a start with a market so you can sling. And ooh, Scout goes down to the TC. Somehow in this completely barren map, managing to run into some defenses. Archers are now moving forward on the left. And defensive tower on the wood for Gray. That's where, had you put the TC on the wood, you wouldn't need that tower, and you could defend your berries or your gold with it. Hello, Flatch. Welcome to the opposite of Forest Nothing, as there are no trees here. Just piles of 100k wood strewn about the desert. And now these Grey Vills trying to hide behind the pile of food, but they'll be taken out by these archers. One goes down there. Nice pick there for steak. But now it's his archers. Oh, looks like the game is paused. Check the messages. Waiting for data from game server. Looks like they might have paused without a message then. And let's see, so does Jack... I mean, does Steak have gold? He does in the back. As stone should he need it. Has 12 villagers saturating that lumber. That's the number I said I thought could fit there. On the left, that caravan is scouting that lumber camp there from Jack. Jack is putting up a few farms. Has that gold and that wood walled in. Oh, game over. Why is the game over? End of game data. Did somebody drop? Well, time to go check the streams. Just a moment. Let me check one of their Twitch streams and see if they're still playing or not. I got an ad. If this doesn't work, we might need to... Is there relics on the corners? It is Gaia units guarding relics. That's what those corners were. They attack if they attack you if you get close and you try to go for the relics. Okay, looks like the game is still going on. Oh, is this the DE bug where stuff breaks when players pause and then unpause that still has not been fixed forever? Yeah, it might be. Let's just try spectating that again and catching up. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Yeah, because I'm looking at Gem Jack's stream, and he is still playing. So we'll just try to catch up if we can. Just speed this up here before we jump out to Capture Age. And oftentimes if I don't look at anything, it speeds up faster. So we'll see if it gets past that point where it dropped. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait until they finish and then get the next game. You can see all the lovely X's on the minimap. At about 7 minutes. We'll see if it gets there. Where was I? About like 12 or so? Players up to feudal. Yeah, there's the ranges, and I think that just looks janky because I also have Capture Age open. Yeah, let's just switch there. And let's see if we catch up. Alright, well, Scout's running about Jack's space as he tries to wall. They'll run under the TC again, get caught out. On the other side, some spears are getting into that Tower of Gray. Gets that bill. But the scouts come forward. Okay, this is where I think we had just stopped. So we'll just hit play there. Anyway, archers trying to harass that farmer will get him. But at the same time, archers coming to harass this TC. Camel involved. Ooh, losing archers to the TC. And game paused. Okay. That's where direct breaks from DE. So, that's that 1553. F, indeed. Interesting, because they are at 23 minutes in-game on the stream. And this might just be something we got to deal with. Because that is the ongoing match that shows up on AOE2.net. This says it's paused. Anyway, if anyone knows how to fix that, let me know. Otherwise, I think we'll just have to wait for the next game. Paint us a word picture of how... We'll do a radio broadcast from... I don't want to restream Gemjack's stream, but... Jack, I think, managed to take a pretty good advantage and has... at one point gotten crossbows over to the other side of the map, and he got to the Castle Age first and is the only player in the Castle Age, and is wrecking everybody with those crossbows. Because if there's one thing you can't do on this map, it is wall out the crossbows. But Steak does manage to get up, but I don't know what he's going to do to to protect himself now that he is up, because he had a couple of ranges, but he'll be behind. They're both Ethiopians. But still difficult for him to defend, as Gray also running around with scouts, finding the gold mine. And actually, ooh, the crossbows and the scouts get in on the gold mine at the same time. And on the other side of the map, just some scouts running around, nothing that can fight crossbows yet. 3 ranges in a university for Steak, but I don't know how he's going to recover from losing literally all of his villagers. Making a couple of those Ethiopian pikemen. As we got Horse Collar finally coming in for Gray. As the Gray player, interestingly enough, picked Gray and then turned on team colors, so he is blue on his stream. It's one of those. They're trying to fight together with the both players sending their armies, scouts, and crossbows to clean up Jack's crossbows. As Gray finally clicks up. And they actually do it with a light cav upgrade, but now Gray has 3 stables and is getting ready to pump probably... Let's see, he only has 2 on gold. I don't think he can pump knights, but can pump light cav maybe. Game paused. Yes, the DE broke the game, so I've opened up one of their streams, and we're doing a radio broadcast. But look at this. Another group of crossbows is coming in on the left-hand side, as King Boo, actually, while the crossbows were harassing his teammate, managed to get his score back up to Castle Age and comparable to that of Jack, as he's doing a lot of raiding on Gray, coming in on the right-hand side with some light cav. And actually forcing Gray off of many of his farms. There are towers up all throughout Jack's base, so he is pretty safe from being raided, but he had some forward crossbows that looked like they had gotten cleaned up, or at least forced back. And Gray with the quick walls gets them up in time, keeps his gold villagers safe. Oh, he has one more hole to fill. Needs to get the vill on the inside of the quick wall, and he does. A couple more pieces, keeping more vills safe, and he gets them, and he can continue mining gold. Oh, but no, he has a hole in one of them. Only 2 vills get in. He still has gold access. That one tower he had was not enough to protect his farms with the light cav. He is up. He's doing his own light cav, but he's down in numbers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, his teammate is Xing, but he can't do anything to help. As King Boo now is trying to carry this game with light cav. As the Chimera being able to place their farms wherever they want is useful on this map. But it looks like Jack's still pulling ahead. Still has those Ethiopian crossbows. As Gray slowly is adding in enough of a light cav mass and a couple of knights to be able to clean up the light cav in his own base. As the Huns, he won't have any camels, but he does have faster producing stables. And without much gold security, he might have to rely upon those light cav for a bit. It is a light cav masterpiece indeed. As, now he's getting some light cav into King Boo's base on the left-hand side and picking... those vills get away. He'll get one pick and get some HP off of some more. Now he's slowly adding in some knights along with his light cav, but so is King Boo. The main advantage, though, is Jack's score. Super high up in score. I think Steak had moved forward with some crossbows to try to harass. We'll see if they're able to do some type of 2v1 on that side. Well, and that's a lot of crossbows from Jack, but it's against a crossbow knight combination, and Gray is not in position to help his teammate. And that's a lot of crossbows that could go down to those Chimera Knights. He's still pumping them out in the back, and now the Knights have to fight under a TC. And the crossbows from Steak have to retreat. They can't help the Knights under the TCs, so the push will be stopped for just a bit. Game is broken. DE will not let us spectate. So we're just doing a radio broadcast. I'm watching one of the players' streams. Actually, I don't know if either Nova or Blackadder, I think they're streaming. They might have a working game, but just in time for Age of Pause. Hello, Cheeseman. As Jack just manages to wall in about 10 villagers building a TC and keeps them safe from Knights long enough to get it up. This is a crazy map we have here. But the players paused and unpaused, and that broke spectating. Anyway, now, the problem is Gray's base, while he went to help his teammate, his base is exposed, and he is getting cleaned up by more light cav and crossbows. He is now 2v1'd, and the scores have flipped. Things were looking really bad when Jack did so much damage to those crossbows early on, but P7 just couldn't hold his own base due to the number of light cav that were in it. Do an old-timey Radio Man voice. This is the best I can do, I think. And oh no, P7 is at risk of going down to 1 TC. Jack is sending crossbows to help, but it's basically going to be a 2v1 with those crossbows because his teammate's army has been cleaned up. He's trying to chase down some stray crossbows, but I don't even know if he has enough knights to win that fight. Really have to rely on Jack here to carry, and it's basically a 1v1 at this point with Khmer versus Ethiopian crossbows. And he's going to garrison the TC. It's a repeat of the other side with the crossbows retreating under a TC while shooting at knights, but that's a lot of knights, and as time goes on, that's not a lot of crossbows. Jack's army is dead. And this is looking like a disaster. As P7's TC is about to go down, and that he'll be on 0 TCs, and he had garrisoned his vills. Those were all of his villagers. He's down to 20 pop and 11 vills, and he has all 11 in one group trying to run. He's trying to spread them out so they're not caught out by the knights and the crossbows, but that's a large army chasing them. You could see a player being defeated here. He's trying to make it into a teammate's TC just to garrison. This reminds me of the phrase T90 blind. Oh no, one of his vills went down. The other group seems to be escaping, but there's nowhere to run to. Oh, one vill makes it. Can she get it to a TC in time? She's at the base, but she might need a garrison to stay alive. And they're calling the GG. They are resigning. And it's a shame that this wreck broke, because that looked like fun. But they evened the score up at 1-1. And that's a good old radio broadcast. You know, you sit in the car, reading your, or driving to work, and you want to listen to the baseball game, or I guess driving home from work. Baseball would be in the evening, and then you get your Age of Empires game. Yeah, basically this TC, so this TC was destroyed. So what happened is this guy somehow had 3-range Ethiopians, crossbows, was in the Castle Age, absolutely like killed everything over here, and this team had a pretty big advantage. But this player over here, Gray, he was pretty far behind. He wasn't able to click up. He had some scouts, but the Khmer player over here with their Khmer eco, they just spammed. They got castle and they spammed scouts and then light cav all here by that tower. They got some farms. Here they got some gold vills. Here they got more farms. Everything here just died. And then these two players, this player who was dead but less dead, still had some crossbows. They were able to 2v1 over here and then swap their 2v1 over to this side to finish him off, and he lost his TC and was running vills, and they called it. So, next game, maybe it'll work. Looks like they're in the lobby. And we can tab out to the maps real quick. It was a win for them on their home map. I don't know if the other team was prepared for that map. But then again, I don't think DE was prepared for that map. And this will be a play all 5. Each team has 2 home maps. This one they played for game 1 was just the one that was left over after the bans. looks like Super Lisco's playing Fast Villager Defense 2022 Club DE V243. That's a creative name for a map. Okay, let's see if we can find this in AOE2.net, please. Alright, boom, we got it. Alright, into game 3. Hopefully this game will play through to the end. Okay, so Fish Beach. Well, there is very clearly a beach here. And there are very clearly fish on the outside. So, mangrove shallows, beach terrain, some type of water mixture with shorefish on the inside. And then a bunch of Komodo dragons and crocodiles. Or one Komodo dragon and several crocodiles guarding a relic in the middle. And then apparently there's some relics around the outside. That relic just floating on the water. You'll have to walk on water to get to the relic. That's the challenge you'll face. But anyway, we will have, again, no repeating saves. We'll have Japanese and Hindustanis for the pole team on the left, and then the Magyars and Japanese on the eastern side of the map. Now these reeds, they only have 50 wood in them, so they will be chopped more quickly than most trees would be chopped. Otherwise, resources are standard. They'll have elephants, so a bit more food than normal. But I imagine players will be docking to take the fish, as that's what you do on the map called Fish Beach. Xing, I hope he doesn't build a dock in the middle. That's where the shore fish are, not where the deep fish are, and the game is paused again. Oh boy. It's because the player is actually paused. Now, I think the problem occurs when the player who pauses is not the player who unpauses. Alright, so they are paused. And we'll see, can we make it? Can we survive the unpause? Okay, we did. We survived. It's good. It's still running. Let me close that stream. Alright. And will he mill this instead of docking, maybe? Oh, he will mill it. Okay, interesting. Instead of going for the dock on the outside, going for the mill in the middle. Villagers will take the shorefish faster than fishing ships, I believe. Hooray for unpaused success. Hooray for DE not breaking on a bug that was reported many years ago. Now in comes the elephant as things slow down as the recovery from the pause takes effect. And a bit of HP lost there for Gray's Scout. And get the elephant in too. I'll shoot it with the Vills instead of the TC. And go straight to that mill. So same thing from both players. We have mills here. So a mill by the Magyars and a mill by the Hindustanis. Okay, I can see the Civ, formerly known as Indians, going for the shorefish. I think they still do have a bonus for taking them. Japanese docking on the outside is what I would really expect, and yet I haven't seen that from anyone. I've seen mill on the inside from Jack too. So you can go for the drush if you want to disrupt people taking the fish. I feel like Steak has the best approach to this, is already walled. I don't know if you can actually wall all the way to the edge. I don't know if you could get a... There's no beach here, so there might be one tile on the edge that you could never wall. You could use these forests and go for a potato wall, or you could just potato wall more narrowly around your base, like Steak's doing. And let's see, we have King Boo and Gray both up to feudal already. Where's this Drush coming? The Drush will actually be here after he clicks up to feudal, which is the main thing you're spending your food on. So the Drush actually is going to be kind of late and not as disruptive as it could be. 3 militia Drush, so the Vills probably won't want to fight that. You can see he was thinking about turning and fighting. But he has enough turkeys left over under the TC that he should still be able to take food. Oh, the scout got a block in. And we'll trap that villager. Villager is uphill from the militia, though, so actually we'll get a few extra hits in on that scout, even though they are downhill hits. And the small walls have come in, and King Boo has protected his woodline as he's trying to push in deer with the scout. I'll try to find a way to get them in. Some scout doinking going on at the bottom too, but Gray will now turn and fight because he has a feudal age scout, and who will win this? This will be close. Gray had lost some HP in the Dark Age, and Red will come out on top. But now it is Yellow's turn to try to hunt down Red scout. See, King Boo is up. And he can't fight those militia yet, but he... Oh, Red needs one more. There you go. Got Red Scout too. So Red and Gray trading scouts. And ooh, lots of HP lost there. Misclick or lapse in attention from King Boo. Militias get some nice hits in. And there is the stable going up. And so I like how Jack played this. Managed to take King Boo off of all of that extra shorefish he had been taking in the middle. And still is on his own. Meanwhile, though, I also like Steak's position. He is the Japanese, and he has that 3 fishing ships. And he's making a galley. What's the galley going to do? Absolutely nothing, because his opponent isn't fishing. I mean, if you decide you don't want to play water, then maybe just going to the middle is a viable option. But I feel like you're just putting yourself behind. I mean, imagine if King Boo had played this the same way that Steak had. He'd be fully walled, the Drush would be doing no damage, and he'd have fish out. Militia are walking around. Nothing they quite can find here, but the scouts want to take an engagement against them. Blacksmith going up, so no ranges. It'll just be a pure scouts into knights play. Jack now finally up to feudal. Xing something over here. Gray is Xing saying where the scouts are, so Yellow is saying where his army is. And Purple wants to take a fight. Nice positioning there by Gray on the hill initially, but now Purple can turn and take a better fight. And better scout HP there for Purple. Ooh, that's another Vil that could be picked off. I don't know what she was doing out there. I don't know what that Vil's doing out there. But there's a hole again. And now 3 men-at-arms are in on the woodline, but the scouts are there just in time, and they'll get up a second layer of wall. And that is walled now. Ooh, but while the scouts move to fight that, Gray scouts coming from behind. Vils might need to turn and fight. They got 1 scout. Now those are finished. And Purple somehow managing to defend this. That was a lot of pressure, but only lost 1 scout so far. Lose a second right there. But now Gray has the scouts advantage. Villagers, of course, can fight. Like in a straight-up fight, Purple has the stronger army. It's just he doesn't want to have to fight instead of using the Vils. Oh, that could be a misclick. Vil getting close to the mill. Or just a mistake, not a misclick. It's a lack of clicking. And if you look at King Boo, he is struggling to produce more scouts, just not getting them queued. Using the market to buy food. But here comes some archers from Jack. Steak is just fishing and has made galleys to kill. Finally found some fish to kill. But does not have a presence on land to help his teammate, who had done a decent job defending, but now is 2v1'd. Still has the stone for a tower, but where would he put it? has to abandon his front wood line. We'll lose another Vil. And things are looking pretty good for our western team. Yeah, one fire galley out. That's such a long rush distance that even with the galleys, wasn't able really to pick off the fishing ships before the fire came out. And see, no fletching on the galleys, so that fire might actually kill both of them. And now the X's have turned to red as he will tower up. Purple trying to come and help, but purple is just dead. Down to 23 villagers while the rest are in the high 30s. And without much army from purple beyond those 4 scouts, it's now red who will have to face a 2v1. And there are scouts that are in. They must have ran in through that gate while the Vils had tried to path to the back of a wood line somewhere. And this game is looking pretty close to over. A good one in Combat Disco Revolution. And Steak, he does still have those fish. 5 Japanese fishing ships, but he's about to have 2 armies in his base. Yeah, that villager, those 2 villagers, they tried to walk to the back of that wood line. They passed all the way out of this back gate, walked around, let the scouts in, and came back there just to die to more scouts. That is the pinnacle of poor villager pathfinding. Pathfinding indeed. And we see Jack up to the castle age. Other scouts fight here. They're all kind of low. Who can micro this better? Oh, those are so low. King Boo wins that, but the archer, this hole still exists between that house and those reeds. Oh, and actually, I missed it earlier. Not just yellow, but gray also up to the castle age. Gray will be up first, and then we'll be spamming some knights. Yellow has added in some fish in the back that are alive. I like that. Might like to see gray or purple, and perhaps both of them do the same as well. These scouts can't engage against those 2 spears that are protecting the archers. Now light cav are going to come in. We'll see light cav like we did the other game. And as soon as we get castle, we can probably see a GG here. Nope, looks like they're going to play on. Don't lose the spears to the TC. But, let's see. Crossbow, Bodkin, Bosar, all in. Light cav in for gray. Once that gets in, then this will be even harder to clean up. Needs to not, or needs to avoid running under the TC. And neither player on this team anywhere close to... oh, actually, he is, so... Steak is up. I missed that earlier, but King Boo... Oh, he's calling the GG. I was gonna say he's nowhere close to being up. So I liked the opening of going for the dock with the Japanese, but I didn't like the no army and feudal approach. I feel like if you're going to... This probably comes down to scouting. If you want to add in the galleys, then you need to have scouting to know that your opponent is fishing in a spot that you can hit. Because galleys aren't really going to disrupt yellow's fish soon enough. And purple is pretty much just fighting 2v1, despite red probably being ahead in eco. Let's look at the food collected. Food. Oh, red didn't even have as much food as yellow. Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna look at. Can I look at? Food collected over time. Ironic giving his name as a food. Yeah, steak should have the most food. Like combining teams. Gray as the Hindustanis. I guess that's just the Indian villagers collecting from the shorefish really fast. Anyway, win for them. Let's look at that. Yeah, he just milled and took the shorefish. And then added in a few farms at home. Never fished. So Indian shorefish villagers potentially better than Japanese fishing ships. Although there were only 5 fishing ships here. Yeah, double dock for only 5 fishing ships is also not really... Like, when they're that close together, too. Probably not the most efficient usage of the eco there. So, Fish Beach. That was a win for this team. And so far, every team winning the map on the side of their scoreboard. We could have potential 5 crowns this time. Yeah, for a dock that didn't really produce much. And it looks like Shorelands will be our next map. And looks like they're just starting right now. See how long it is before I can see. Oh, perfect. And we'll get right into it. Found it right away this time. Although I hadn't left the last game, so I don't know. Almost we'll get right into it. Now we'll get right into it. Boom. It's taking me a really long time to load into this game. You know, Koreans Lithuanians against Portuguese Lithuanians. And I don't know why I'm failing to load in. They clearly are playing. Oh boy, is this another thanks DE moment? I think it is. Oh, no, we got it. Yes, that just took forever to load. Okay, that was super weird. Anyway, now that it took forever to load, we'll catch up. So, Shorelands This is kind of reminiscent of Slippery Springs in the old days. The map that had the beach terrain down the middle that the ships could sail through, but this is just shallows instead of beach. This terrain up on the hill looks like it's layered, so you can probably still build on it, but I think that's the beach with vegetation, not necessarily a terrain you see that often. And we'll have Lithuanians, Koreans against Lithuanians, Portuguese. So, water map, they picked water sieves. Lithuanians with their plus 100 food means you can start chopping wood earlier and go for an early dock. And Lithuanian players will be opposite each other. And then the Korean player at the bottom. Of course, now their warships cost less wood, and they have the turtle ship. And at the top, gray will have the Portuguese, which of course have the Caravel and the Vittoria, and the extra HP on their ships. And their ships cost less gold, I believe. So remember, they both used Japanese on the previous map, and I think Italians and Vikings had been banned.
Sveiki.
Nope, I heard a dock go up. And nice dock position here. There's actually a great fish marlin right next to it, and a starting dorado right adjacent to it. And dorado right there, so this will be a very efficient dock for a while. This one from Steak a bit less so. The marlin's right there, but the fishing ship has to travel back and forth a bit. Jack has a very good dock there, with the fish right next to it too. And the Korean dock fairly decent as well. Even has the shorefish villager. Not much shorefish around these shores. Also, this is a back dock, not very aggressive. And King Boo also not going for the aggressive dock, putting it in the back. Right, so every player docking towards the put to the back towards their teammate, not forward to go for aggressive galley or fire galley play. Anyway, look at these Lithuanian players up blazingly quick to the feudal age. But not. Jack will be the first, followed by his Portuguese ally and the Lithuanian player, and then finally the Koreans. Koreans being slowest, perhaps that's expected, but not really a Dark Age. I guess the Dark Age is comparable to that of the Portuguese. But you would expect the Lithuanians both to be fast. And playing a little game there. They want to see who's going to be up to feudal first. I think Jack... Oh, look at that dance. Jack gets a hit there. Jack, he's dancing. He's just playing. He's toying with his prey. And he's going to be up to feudal first. Oh, but he is very low on HP. He's going to get feudal, and bam, he's going to take out that scout. Bam, now Steak no longer has a scout. And this will be a full wall from Steak, like he's playing a game Team Islands. And we'll look to stay on that one dock, I guess. Looks like King Boo also preemptively going for some walls, and we'll be adding in a stable. Okay. So we'll want to fight with scouts and not just boats. X there. Jack will see the second dock. Vil walls herself in to keep herself safe. And scouts from both Lithuanian players. Let's see, scouts won't be too effective here, as Steak will be walled in fully. It could maybe stop later docks from going up. Now, where the players really want to be fishing is here in this big, wide open bay. That's going to have the best fish. I don't know what they're thinking of here or how this map typically spawns, but look at all those great fish marlin out there. Oh, wow, that's a lot of food. That one's even in the beach. That's one of those you could have palisade lamed in the past. Oh, look at him diving up through that sand and right back down into the sand. That's gotta hurt. Oosh. Anyway, the scouts are out and about, but they won't be able to do anything as the third dock for Steak will go up and he's going to go for some galleys. We'll see galleys as well from the Korean player. Galleys that will sail down the middle as the scouts come in. Gray had not been walled, and he'll have to Vil fight to take care of the scouts. Only 2 scouts, but they get a Vil. Risky to take that Vil fight so early. Quick walls on the gold go up. Scouts will just attack that, but he lost a lot of HP trying to get that Vil. And oh, but the lumber camp isn't walled. The Vils had gone to the wrong side. And that's the second Vil that'll likely go down, but at the cost of another scout and enough HP that the scouts won't be able to pick anything else. But 2 scouts traded for 2 villagers there. A few more scouts coming up. You have to wonder, will Gray learn his lesson in wall? Those villagers doing the DE pathfinding bounce. And let's see, Gray needs to be aware of which of those scouts is weak so he can take it out with a Vil. Well, here come the galleys around the back. Gray is going to be defending from that though, keeping Yellow's fish alive. And doing a great job of it as Red has to sail way too far to be able to take a fight. He will never have his galleys grouped up over there the way Gray does. And 3 docks there. And so far Purple is the only player, or Purple and Yellow both have 1 dock, and both of the water players have 3. And the scouts got in. I don't know how they got in, but they got in somehow. Yeah, they'll be taken out by Vil fights though. That one has 3 HP. Can't really do much, but maybe snipe a farm later. Scout's still running around in the middle, and oh, now it's Yellow's turn to have an opening in his base, as he'll have to small wall around all of his wood lines, and maybe even around that gold. But there are 6 scouts in. Those berry Vils will wall themselves in. There's 1 Vil on that wood line. 7 scouts are in as Yellow scouts continue chasing, and now both Lithuanian players up to the castle age. So both of the flanks had taken some damage from the scouts, but then both of the, well, I guess everyone's a flank, it's a 2v2. The non-Lithuanians took damage from the Lithuanians, and now the Lithuanians are both up. And they're going to try to break in to those small walls, that Vil walling himself in. And if that wall to the TC, these scouts won't run around. We have a good mass of galleys here now for Red, and Gray is not quite in position to defend. Looks like Gray might have lost some galleys or sent them away, but now Red is in a position to snipe off all of Jack's fishing ships. And down they're gonna go. I'm gonna split them up and snipe off 2 at a time if you can. One last one, gets all of them, and we'll get these galleys most likely. Or no, they're gonna get away. Wasn't moving while shooting at them. Gray having to run his fish. I like these little rocks in the water, those are cute. But Jack up to the castle age. First up, Purple will be right behind him, trying to find more things to hit with those scouts. Doesn't look like he'll be able to find another hole in those walls. And mark it from Red. Meanwhile, these scouts are running around. There's a few spears out, but again, small walls have kept the wood line safe. Needs to be very careful about over chopping here. We'll have holes in the back soon. That wood line is very awkwardly not walled, and that's a few vills that could go down. Those scouts are about to turn into light cav. They don't have an attack upgrade, but there they are. They're light cav, and 2 spears there, but they get 2 vills. Nicely done there from King Boo, and he'll get a 3rd vill, who is not walled. Oh, no, he won't. That's a quick wall right there. Komodo Dragon getting in on the action, getting some bites on that vill. And now here come the ships, gonna take out that dock. The scores are still pretty close, but King Boo's team feels like they have a bit of an advantage here, as they'll fight and pick off that spear with the light cav, and could go for that gate maybe. You got 7 of them there. Heavy plow. Lots of farming. Getting some bites in. Well, it's not gonna kill a vill, but we'll just bite her a bit. That's what the Komodo dragons do. And scouts still, they want to find something to hit. That one villager is still quick walling herself in. This woodline has had more and more walls added to it as the villagers have continued to chop. Let's see. No Harris snipes around the TC. Steak is up. And if Steak can get the War Galley upgrade, then could take a fight as Gray is still on his way up. And here come the Knights, and more 4 spearmen there. Need the Knights to fight that, but can fight it then. Yeah, just needs to focus and take them out as quickly as he can. And now with the Knights, can really start pressuring all of this eco here. If he had like 1 archer, those vills would be doomed. And, oh, Gray will spot the forward vills from Red. What's he trying to do? There's a house there. What does Red's scouting look like? He doesn't see the stable. He doesn't see the Knights. There come the Knights. War Galley's on the way for Red. And there it is. And let's see, look at those resources. No, I was gonna say no stone, but that's because I looked just after he placed the castle. And Red looking to get very aggressive here. Use those War Galleys to get the castle up. Good monk trick to delay it a bit, but that's about it. Sending the Knights in despite the War Galleys. The War Galleys doing a good job of attacking, only +1 armor, +2 attack on the War Galleys. And Knight's still running around inside of Gray's base. Gray doing as good a job as he can of quick walling. Ooh, that tree's gonna run out. The Knights are getting ready, but he notices and swaps the tree and walls behind it. Those little things you gotta pay attention to. Oh, because there was a hole to the other vills in there too. That would have been a few extra dead vills. But anyway, the castle is up, and now he is Koreans, so the war wagons are coming out. They're joining the party. They're Xing, seeing a few more scouts over there. Oh, trying to get a trap here, at least a few more hits. And I think things are looking pretty good for this team. Husbandry coming in. For purple. The only thing I think I'd really like to see here is purple adding in another dock on this side of the island and going for more of a fish boom. He hasn't scouted that, which could be a problem, but... You know, part of what you want to be thinking when you look at these wrecks is how could he have actually paid attention while scouting better to know that there's so much fish there, and also know that Gray isn't going to be able to contest it. Ooh, devastating as that part of the wood line was not walled. Might have been an overchop at some point, but several vills going down. And yellow trying to boom on 3 TCs. Has a few knights for defense. These knights might not be able to sit under TCs. There's an exposed vill out there. They'll team up to try to take her down. Blacksmith could potentially go down before Chain Barding comes in. I think it'll live long enough, though. Looks like it will. Actually, this could be close. I don't think it's being shot fast enough to go down. It's gonna be close, though. If those vills attacked. And it comes in without a 119 after that volley. And now, oh no, it looks like the knights have finally gotten into this woodline at the top as war wagons are coming over. And I think Gray is gonna lose a lot of vills here. Oh no. Yeah, that's a lot of dead villagers. It's a dead monk. And somehow they still have the score lead. It's just flipped. But ouch. I feel like the scores are a lie. I don't even know why the scores would be like that, but 30 vill advantage for this team now. And yellow's eco being harassed by war wagons still. That's a lot of monks chasing the war wagons and the knights. Oh wow, yellow's gone full monks. Alright, it is Eddie style for yellow. And he's actually converted quite a few war wagons. Maybe that's why they're still on top. Because Steak has only 1 TC. Steak has no economy. Well, more economy than Gray. Or Purple's the one that needs to carry with the 93 vills. And the farms and the Lithuanians, let's see, do they have a relic monasteries anywhere? I don't see any relics there. I see a monastery, but no relics for this Lithuanian. I don't see any relics on the map even. King Boomer, got that right. I finally did lose his fish. Looks like Gray had been continuing to invest on the water, but has just been wrecked on land. Jack's still running around with knights. I think the scores are a bit deceiving because Gray's score is inflated due to the water control. Second castle now for Steak, and this will be those double castle war wagon push type things. And war wagons with those knights should take out this TC. It's got 15 vills in it that will go down. And King Boo is just continuing to King Boom. His TC will stay up as the monks come over in time. The castle gets some hits in. Now Gray's starting to harass from the shore, but not too much that those galleys, or that those war galleys can hit. That TC is still managing to stay alive, but very low, and the Vill should eject soon. There they are. Trying to get some repairs in. But down it goes. Oh, Jordan, thank you for the raid. We are watching the Terra Nova's 2v2's group stage. And we have a double castle war wagon push here from Steak and King Boo. And look, finally King Boo, it's his turn to take some damage. Oh, thank you, M. Mars. It was... Hey, yep, thank you for the happy birthday wishes the other day. Alright, King Boo had been King Booming up to 110 vills. He has a 40 vill lead over the other Lithuanian on the other side. And he's adding in more stables as he's up to imp, but yellow also is up to imp, but under significantly more pressure. Purple needs to get a few more knights back into his base, but these war galleys from gray not really doing too much damage. Earlier, purple had gotten into this wood line up here and killed a good 20 or so villagers as this push was also going on. Yellow trying to go for the monk defense. And trying to get another defensive castle up. But slowly but surely losing ground to these castles in the back. War galleys getting into the back behind the castles. Don't know if they'll be able to hit much from there. Don't know how war wagons and war galleys actually do. And thank you, Arthur Ericoat for the follow, and Mr. Clugmuffin for the follow as well. And once again, thank you, Jordan, for the raid. And, well, third castle here. And the worry about these castles, though, is that red is not up to imp, whereas yellow is. So yellow will be able to trap them down. And has enough monks, even, to stop this push from coming forward. And at the same time, yellow is trying to run knights around the back, but red already is walled. Is there a hole here? Nope, there's not. That's just a house that will slowly be attacked there. Both these players up to imp. Looks like purple has managed finally to clean up those knights that were in his base, and still up to 120 vills. War galleys could harass knights if they try to come forward. Cavaliers with iron casting coming in. And plate barding right after that. We do have 2 Lithuanian players, but I don't think this map has any relics on it. And that TC looks like it's about to go down as the trebs are starting to come out. And capture rate is starting to slow down as the monk conversions are sent out. No relics as Lith. Well, not as bad as war wagons in your base as Lith. We'll also have knights coming up here, soon to be upgraded cavaliers. I don't think gray will be able to hold that much longer. And the knights are in the back of yellow's base. And I think this is going to go to a game 5. It is a play all 5 anyway, but this will be game 5 of the play all 5. See that castle going down, but Jack was the higher scorer, or was the more important person for carrying his team earlier, but I think that has ended. And there is the GG. And we will be headed to a deciding game 5. And we'll check out the stats there. And purple just carrying the game with that free boom. And look at that economy. That tells you the story right there. Well, both teams picking Lithuanians, but the Koreans' ability to go for that war wagon castle drop proved to be pretty decisive there. Or lose alt, King Boo, King Boomer. Anyway, we'll head out and look at the remaining map. This will be... So, win. So every team has won their home map so far, and the last map will be Fisher. If you're just tuning in, this team did not actually pick 3 maps. This is just the leftover map after all of the map picking and bans. Oh, thank you, I the Trolley, for the follow. And I don't know what Arenaception is, but that has a very interesting name. And also, 311013, thank you for the follow. I'm just gonna check their streams to see when they get into the game again. It's a... You've played Arenaception if it's the variation you're thinking of. It has an open ring around the outside woodline. So hideout with... Ah, okay. I think I've seen that before. I don't think I've ever played it. But it looks like they've got their lobby up for the last game, and they should be getting started shortly. So they won't be able to repeat any of the civs they've picked so far. So the civs from the last game we won't be seeing again. What if it was Arena, but instead of starting with your own walls around your base, they were the enemies? I've seen that suggested quite a bit. I think there's a game for that. Isn't last game AS Fisher? Yes, it is. AS Fisher, last one. That's the only remaining one. This team won the first map, and then every team has won their home map so far. I think they're still considering what civs they want to pick. And this tournament has a whole bunch of custom maps. Like, clearly none of these maps are Arabia. This is the Asia region. We saw the Americas region earlier. And looks like they're just about to get started. And as soon as DE lets me join this. And there we are. So getting into game 5. I'll let Capture Age load in for a second here. And here we are. There are a lot of relics in the middle of this map on these ruins next to a couple of gold piles. And, well, it's called Fisher, and I think that's a very apt name to describe what we have here. There are some big wood lines in the middle on the tops of these 4 hills. Some tiny ponds. They don't have any fish in them. Oh, we have some laming going on already on the side as the eagle and the scout are fighting each other. Looks like Jack will secure his goats there, and the boar will be safe. Looks like Redmond had tried to do some laming there. So Huns and Mayans, the classic... probably AOC 2v2 set of civs you would have seen years ago. Against Khmer and Tatars, so 2 very new civs. I guess Khmer aren't very new anymore, they're kind of old. Oh, and King Boo going for the boar. I think this team actually has a restart left. I know the other team had called one earlier, so if their laming fails, they might call a re and try again. It looks like it might fail. King Boo's scout really going down there. And the boar looks like he's gonna run back. Yeah, and the scout goes down. Keep an eye on the chat and see if they call a re. This is like this lambing failed too. They start with some outposts around their base too, so they'll have some pretty good vision of all of their resources as they're getting stolen. Yep, and there's the re after the failed lame. Well, you go into the final game, you know you have a re and your opponent doesn't. Might as well go for the aggressive laming, see if it works out. Especially on these more modern maps where the you're less likely to have a bugged map with how the resources spawn now. Chapters seem good with the hill bonus. They could be good if they get on the tops of the hills with their some type of cav archer. Anyway, let me head out for a moment. Capture Age also sometimes seems to be a recent bug that it just like turns black on OBS. So let me see if we can fix that. Sorry about that. I'll just stop out to DE for a moment. And we'll just give them a moment to get back into the lobby again. So it'll be the same map, same civs. Looks like the lobby is up and running already. Browser sources use more. Since the OBS patch, everything you've been having problems with everything. Browser sources use more CPU. Constant encryption errors. I think that I was told. I asked the Capture Age team, and I was told that OBS had updated, and there was some type of issue that OBS has with Electron. But I think they've started the game. Yep. So we'll hop into that. And this time, I don't believe any team has a re. So good old. I mean, if you're gonna call a restart with like what happened in tournaments in the good old days, you might as well do it when you pick mines and Huns. Get the true AOC feeling. And let's see if Capture Age is still dark. I need to. What happens is I switch that to DE and I switch it back to Capture Age and it works. So that's just a problem with the OBS source. All right. Anyway, well, same type of map. Relics in the middle, a bit more evenly spaced now with the ruins on the top. Anyway, we'll have the Khmer in the bottom left, and it looks like they start with yurts, so that'll give them some extra pop space at the beginning. Maybe a reason you might pick a civ other than Huns here, because these will just be kind of useless for you. Mines and Huns. Yeah, for team games. Aztecs never had thumb ring on their archers, so you typically see mines as the archer civ and Huns as the cav civ. I remember Franks back then were not nearly as good as they are now. They've had a lot of additions added to them. With their berry bonus and their light cav line getting the extra HP. Some extra bonuses for the axemen, the addition of chivalry. And let's see, we'll have Jack going out to the middle. So let's see, it's 1, 2, all 4 players this time going out to put their lumber camps in the middle. With these rock formations here, you can actually get some pretty good small walls around the lumber camps, I think. That is, as long as you can get to the edge. I don't know if this terrain here is wallable. If it's not, then the walls will be more difficult. But as you chop through, you'll be able to wall to the lumber camp. And nice, easy broilers. This time, no laming going on. Players casually pushing in deer with their scouts. Pretty close to the edge of the map, actually. Kind of annoying to like, force the deer away from the edge and then push it. Yeah, little ponds, but no fish in them. Just kind of decorative ponds. You remember always going Mongols for the Mangudai? That was more of a 4v4 thing than or a 3v3 instead of a 2v2. At one point, it became going Spanish for their trade, even on Arabia, because you would team wall the entire map and would go late. I remember when Mayans would fast castle for plumed archers as a pocket. No, those were the days. Anyway, we'll have Steak going forward now to scout with his eagle. Looked like he had been pushing in some of those deer, maybe? I don't see any deer around his base, so there's probably a push. And, oh, the players actually can see. They'll have vision of the relics in the middle. Okay, that's from his POV, at least it looks like they do. And a few extra goats around. Oh, Eagle's going to doink the outpost. And it's 5 damage per hit. I need to hit it 100 times then to destroy it. King Boomer with the... You like the Huns? Oh, the Huns are... Icon is an emote. One of the few Civ icons I recognize.
Shot it.
Anyway, it looks like King Boo will be able to get a wall up there. Scout taking the hill advantage to fight the eagle. I think the scout will win if it does have the hill in the Dark Age even. You still might want to wait till a field to take that fight anyway. Anyway, it looks like King Boo as the Huns will be the first up. Putting up a barracks and likely going for scouts. Whereas Steak will be right behind him. And as will Grey Player as the Khmer. So nice uptimes. It looks like a 18 pop up. There is the Huns, and we'll have to see, can he manage the eco to get the stable. There we go. A bit of a delay there. But gets it up nevertheless. Sometimes I feel like that's the hardest part of these faster uptimes, is taking enough vills onto straggler trees so you can get the stable up. I feel like if you put too many on your wood line, then you're not going to be able to go back to food and you'll have struggle producing scouts. So, Cav Archer emote. Glorious. Anyway, double bit axe coming in here for Gray. Pretty much everyone doing the same thing. Walling in the wood lines, adding in 1 or 2 lumber camps. Red hasn't gotten the walls up yet, but I'm sure those will come at some point. Only 1 range to start with because he was up so fast. And we see he has moved vills from not taking any of the goats right now, just taking the straggler tree because he wants to have the wood for that second range. And there's the second range. So the trade-off here is you get the 2 ranges down right away if you go up that fast, but you won't have the ability to put the blacksmith down for a while. He'll be going archers with no fletching. And on the opposite side, we will have yellow adding in 2 ranges as well. So archer mirror on the right side and likely scouts on the left, as we see a few scouts out for purple already. As Gray has finished his stable as well. Difference is no barracks for Gray, skipping that as the Khmer. So won't have spearmen to add into the scout fight. The cheap towers. Incas still can't produce archers like the Mayans can. In team game, it's more about the archer numbers, because even if you get a tower there, you'll just be 2v1 somewhere else if you lose your army. And if you defend your wood line with towers instead of units, then your teammate can just be doubled.
Tabish?
And we see that here as Gray has gotten a few scouts into this wood line, trying to get those villagers. Actually, and Jack has a scout here too, so that's 4 scouts, but not quite running away in time. Nice Vil fighting there. This will cause some idle time. That's another low scout. Our purple's bringing his scouts over, and they should be able to push this away now. Might lose 1 Vil. But actually, well, we'll keep her alive. See if he can get quick walls up there, maybe. But yeah, actually keeps all of his Vils alive, gets 1 scout, gets some HP off of those scouts. Even with 4 scouts, it can be risky to attack Vils there. It's just so important to keep your army alive. And we see some X's in the map. We have red with archers there. Stake going forward with the archers all alone without his teammate. But he kind of has the safety to do that because he knows that Gray has scouts forward and won't be able to pick him off. So there are the walls. Ooh, those 2 low HP Vils, unfortunately, are the ones that get trapped outside the walls. Or actually just one of them. The other one got in. Is there a hole there? Might be a hole there by that rock. But that's 1 Vil finally going down for Stake. And Stake just Xing where his archers are. But the villages have chopped enough trees here that they won't be hit. Still lots of Gray scouts, but they're all forward. Gray going very heavy on the scouts, what you could expect from Khmer. And now here comes the tower on the wood line. And this is the difficulty here. These villagers can't get to the tower. That tree is not chopped. It has 17 wood on it. And deletes the lumber camp just to save them. That will be rough because if we look at the wood, that is 2 wood. And at least he has a second lumber camp there. But now that's a lot of archers. But they have fletching, but they don't have the hill. I think they have the numbers advantage. It is 6 to 11. And they have the scouts advantage too. And deleting that lumber camp was bad, but they might be able to salvage that if they can win this fight here 2v1. As all the scouts are down. Those are some weak archers. Scouts can get some picks here, maybe. Red has stopped chasing for the moment, though. Well, they just took out the scouts, but they have a much larger mass of archers alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, the archers for Red had found a nice little pocket there where they could sit and harass villagers while shooting at scouts. The problem is the Khmer villagers just can garrison inside the house. And those archers now get cleaned up. So nice play there from Gray, remembering that the Khmer have that bonus. Tatar Hill bonus OP for the yellow player too as well. You're right about that. He took a great fight there on that hill. And more X's. I'm going to take a fight here, but the archers need to come up first, and here they are. And we're going to have another situation where the count of those small walls is those archers, and the armies are together. Meanwhile, this army of archers is bringing a wolf with them around the right-hand side. Looks like you probably can't wall on that cliff. All of the villagers from that lumber camp have to run. And let's see, looks like Gray might want to put another lumber camp over here to the west side of his base. Take these smaller wood lines. They are standard wood amounts, so there's 100 wood on each of those bushes. Now, what are those archers going to hit? There's a tower there, so they can't really fight underneath it. Why didn't he just garrison in the Khmer house? Well, he can only fit 5 villagers there, and he's going to be 2v1'd anyway. So if he garrisons there, the house will just eventually be destroyed by the scouts, and then the archers pick off the vills. Hello, low elo, nobody. This is another fight, 8 to 9. Bloodlines just coming in for the Khmer, not in for the Huns, so the Khmer scouts will win that fight pretty easily. And now the danger is the archers have split up. They're under the TC, but they're just there to dive the vills. Oh, nice house usage again. Alright, so Stake, he wanted to get between the gold and the TC to force the vills to run past the archers and get the kills, but Gray used that house, diverted the path of the villagers, but it may have ungarrisoned them a bit too greedily to go back to the gold. So they didn't have to run past all those archers earlier. But now we have another fight. A nice little hill there for the Tatar player, again, using that hill bonus. But with a few skirms mixed in, the villager can have front row seats to this fight as he stands idle and watches. And those archers get cleaned up. And our Huns player, King Boo, will be the first up. And again, Gray is still... His team has the score lead because Purple just lost resources clicking up. And Yellow has brought some archers over to help clean this up. So Red's archers are now cleaned up from Gray's base. Purple can run his scouts away. But that's a lot of scouts. 11 versus 11. Our armor just now coming in. Huns will need bloodlines too. King Boo is doing some king booming indeed. Second stable, kind of weird location. I might have preferred the stable being on the front side of the base, just so the scouts don't have to walk as far. And here the pathing can get weird. Sometimes if you put the gather point forward, they might spawn on this side anyway and then get stuck behind your walls. I think like maybe deleting these two palisades and putting the stable there would have been a better positioning. Anyway, Bloodlines is in, and as Bloodlines is in, tower on the wood line, but the scouts are going to start running around this Tatar player's base, and he'll see the 3 ranges, so he'll know exactly what Jack is going for in the castle age. He's going to look to be very aggressive. Oh, but now it is Purple's turn to take a hit, as he has not committed to a tower or to extra walls here. The scouts are going to break in, and that's 10 villagers getting trapped. As he tried to go forward with his scouts, he's not going to find anywhere where he can poke and do damage without the backup of archers. And these villagers are trapped. They have to run. They're going to try to run. Where are they going to run? To his scouts? He's going to run to his ally. And Red is pinging. Red has an army there. Purple's bringing his army back. They're trying to converge and save some villagers. It's only 6 left. A lot of them went down. These scouts don't have any castle age upgrades yet. They're fighting before armor comes in. There is Light Cav. And with Light Cav, they can probably take this fight, but Yellow's army is doing a better job of fighting than Red's, and it's more archers instead of skirms, and it has that Tatar Hill bonus. Knight now comes in, just Light Cav left, but crossbows are in. And that was a great fight for Gray and Yellow there. Oh no, don't run the Vills back into the fight. Cool map. This tournament has a lot of custom maps, and I know part of the prize pool was sponsored by the Mad Catter, who is a rather prolific map scripter. And so there's lots of custom maps here. And now the Knights can take the Scouts. I think the Scouts might have been able to dive those Vills a bit more. Now the Vills, I mean, you've chopped enough trees, you can delete your lumber camps and get a TC up here. Kind of greedy not going for that tower earlier. If he had a preemptive tower on that wood line, that would have been a completely different situation because the tower wouldn't have allowed the archers to help the scouts. Now, similar thing over here. The villagers have to run to this side, but the tower is there protecting as Red himself is up to the castle age. Oh, crossbows have some pretty long range there. But now the crossbows won't be able to help the scouts break in through the walls. Knights are still chasing. His army reforming a bit there. Gotta be careful, he clicked it more than 10 tiles away, so it moved into that line formation and got caught a bit. See, these are knights with +2. Only 6 knights, that's 18 crossbows. 7 knights now, I don't think that's enough to engage. You don't want to use the feudal army to 2v1. See, both players finally up to the castle age. And looks like on the minimap, no one else is being pressured and everyone is on 1 TC. And all those gold villagers being attacked by the scouts. Gray still finding use for his scouts even as he gets up to the castle age. Stake is getting chewed up. His villagers have to run. Even the wolf getting involved. Wolf is hungry for some steak. Wolf helper indeed. And now we have 9 knights and the crossbows. This will be a better army for purple and red, and they will be able to clean this up, but it's already done a great deal of damage to red's economy. And even the light cav being a bit tanky in that fight. Now those crossbows are cleaned up. But if we look at this, Vil counts are pretty even, 90 to 93. I thought Oh, wait. Oh, actually, Gray has light cav running around his base. He deleted walls at some point to run forward, but never replaced them, and now the light cav are getting in, killing his farmers. The Knights will clean this up, but after a lot of idle time and a lot of dead vills. And those few remaining light cav will run away. You know, it's always great if you can find ways to keep remaining scouts useful in the Castle Age. They fall off in usefulness because they can't fight knights and they can't fight crossbows, but if you could find little ways to raid with them like Gray just did, that was wonderful. And Yellow still walking around the back with some crossbows. And, oh, heading right for that gold. Has Red seen this? He's sending his archers there, but he hasn't ran vills yet. There are some low HP vills. He's running them now. He sees the scouts. I think he can feel this, right? He can feel that the crossbows are there. He has the bigger army, but he needs to chase. And while he's chasing, that's a bigger army that is fighting a smaller army instead of pressuring forward. Some splits there. Yellow actually having some rather nice micro there. Yellow with ballistics, though, looks like Red doesn't have it. And actually, with ballistics, he's out microing that well enough that he can run away and keep chasing around the outside of the base. And look at that difference of having ballistics there. And this is this Jack or is this Leary here? Yeah, and he has to get very close to the crossbows to make sure he's able to hit now. Because Red is taking so much damage, still on only 2 ranges, doesn't have a university. And up, that's... those light cav are... or those knights are walled out. And they'll stay there. I saw that blinking light and I saw that stone. I thought that was going to be a problem. But here we have Purple trying to push forward. And I guess one disadvantage for Gray is his second TC was down flat on the land and doesn't have a TC on the wood. But as long as he can keep chopping wood. I think you saw 4 ranges for Red. Oh, well, there's 4 ranges there. 2 in the wall, 2 more in the back. And finally a university for ballistics. So if those were there, I completely missed them earlier. And now here is Yellow and Gray going to 2v1 with ballistics. Those knights will take damage as they run away. And if you look at the knight numbers, it's 17 there against 19. Both knights, same upgrades, +2 armor, +1 attack. Red trying to X in the middle. That will be risky though. I don't think he can move out. And King Boo adding in the 3rd TC. If you look at the Vil counts, Red down at 43 compared to his counterpart being at 70. And Purple still 2v1'd. Great job by Gray and Yellow, always communicating, keeping their armies in the same locations and taking fights together. Now 30C going up at the back for King Boo. Yeah, Jack has double the Vills of Stake. And those crossbows now. This is the part of the problem with those, how this map makes you make your base. Now your eco that you need to protect up here is separated from your base down here. So if you want to run your knights forward to protect this TC, they have to go through the crossbow fire. And now just palisades, they don't stop crossbows, so all the Vills have to run. And deletes all of the palisades because he wants to take a fight. He has the knight numbers there. He needs to get some knights onto the squishier crossbows and focus on fighting them. Red sending some crossbows from behind, but I think Gray has the numbers advantage here. And yeah, Gray survives. Those knights are on some low HP, but he still does have the advantage. If Purple can pump out a few more knights, get that TC involved, then maybe he can clean this. That's a lot of low HP knights. Maybe the crossbows can take them out there. With +2, that's not enough crossbows. More knights are coming in, and things now are looking very bad for King Boo. As, oh, look, yellow is going to castle the middle of the map while also switching into cav archers. That's important for Tatars because as they go to imp, they won't have arbalests. They have to switch to cav archer or heavy cav archer, and he's going to have that castle right up in the middle. We'll secure all of those relics. That will be 10 relics if he makes the monastery and is able to secure all of them. Knights are free to destroy that TC or do whatever they want now. As more crossbows are going to be cleaned up. They probably thought that army would be a bit bigger and wanted to clean it. The rest of the army's over there.
Shot it.
And here we see the wonders of DE pathfinding, as the knights cannot catch the crossbows, even in those numbers. Finally they catch up to them, and massacre them. And the knights are going to come around to get the cav archers could just turn and fight that. Knights will join in. And still 1 TC for King Boo, while yellow is up to the Imperial Age. And that will be 4 ranges, producing heavy cav archers. And his eco is, well, very open still, but the castle protects some of it. There's no way that red ever could use his army to fight. And there is the GG from King Boo and from Steak. Rooting for King Boo as he likes carrots. Well, unfortunately, wasn't his day. As Jack and, however this is pronounced, Jam Jack have won 3-2. Now remember, this is a group stage and all of the points actually matter. So picking up 2 games despite the loss is, I think, still useful for King Boo's team. This was a play all 5 and it went to game 5 anyway to decide it. So GG with, again, a very interesting map. I'm enjoying seeing all of these new maps. Let's check out the stats there. That's a very nice KD. More wood collected for the Tatars there. Jack had a great economy. Faster castle time for King Boo. Jack was actually right there too. But couldn't really capitalize off of that faster castle age time because of all that pressure on his lumber camp when he was 2v1'd there. Oh, thank you, Von Colinator 46 for the follow. And let's just go, I'll take a quick look at the brackets. Let me bring them back up. I think they should be on Wikipedia. And Terra Nova Duos. There we are. I'll just wait for this page to load. I'll scroll down. Oh, all these images I gotta load. So we have so many different custom maps here. This is just we'd seen the Americas earlier today. Those are pretty interesting. And this was just the Asia. I don't know why we're seeing week 4 and week 2 maps in back-to-back series, but that's what we just saw. Pasting Google translating. Look, listen. Yeah, so Darvoi's Carrot, I think they were replacing another team, but they did pretty well in their games there, I'd say. Those were the... What group was that? That was here, Group A. So I don't think this has been updated yet, but they will take a loss, add in 2 to their win column and 3 to their loss column, and then Professor and his Muppet will get a win to move them up to 2 to 1, and then they will become, 4 plus 3 is 7 and 8 overall in their win-loss record. So I guess very tied with Up to Imp, which is the T90 and MBL team. Certainly interesting to see where they go. Wait, is updated already for you? Maybe I just need to refresh my page then. But anyway, there's, I think, supposed to be a game tomorrow between, let me check that on AoE Zone real quick. There's probably a schedule on this page too. I'm just not as familiar with Wikipedia. Yep, so tomorrow at, we'll see, what is 12 in GMT? I think 16 GMT. It'll be Sal's versus Les Baguettes. We had seen the Baguettes earlier today. They are the Sato, Margugu, Anatov French-German combo team. And they'll be taking on Sal's, which is, where are they? That is Classic Pro, Vinchester, and Good Game. I don't actually know who Good Game is, but I do know Classic Pro and Vinchester. So I think I'll go and find someone to raid. Thank you to Jordan for sending us that raid earlier. Good Game is the one who needs to have a good game in his name because it doesn't GG. Well, all you gotta do, you gotta like spam an empty chat message at the end of the game instead of writing GG if your name is Good Game. Alright, let's go send a raid over. We'll send it over to Mish. I think she just started, so she'll probably be streaming for a while. And then I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably cast that game tomorrow and also do some community games around it. So if you stop by tomorrow, I'll say hello, and then I'll see y'all later.